Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The drive to Big Bear on June 26th was supposed to be our escape from the mundane rhythms of city life. James, my boyfriend of 3 years, had suggested the trip after weeks of both of us working overtime at our respective jobs. The cabin belonged to a colleague of his who rented it out during the summer months. "It'll be perfect," James had promised as we packed the car that morning. "Just what we need to reset." William and Rebecca joined us for the 3-hour journey from Los Angeles, their presence a welcome addition to our weekend plans. William and James had been friends since college, bonding over shared interests in outdoor activities and fitness. Rebecca, with her quick wit and adventure-seeking personality, complemented William perfectly. As we ascended the winding mountain roads, I rolled down the window, letting the increasingly crisp air fill the vehicle. The scent of pine grew stronger with each mile, gradually replacing the smog-laden atmosphere of the city. Cell reception began to falter as we climbed higher, our phones desperately searching for signals that became increasingly scarce. "That's the whole point," James said, noticing my frustrated glance at my phone. "We're disconnecting for the weekend." The cabin appeared after a final turn down an unmarked dirt road. It stood alone among tall pines, a 2-story wooden structure that seemed to emerge organically from its surroundings. The nearest neighbor, according to James's colleague, was over a mile away. "Isolated paradise," William remarked as we stepped out of the car. The air was noticeably cooler here, and the silence was profound, interrupted only by the occasional rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. The interior of the cabin exceeded my expectations. Rustic but comfortable, with large windows that invited the forest in while maintaining a barrier against the wilderness. 2 bedrooms occupied the upper floor, while a pull-out couch downstairs would accommodate David, who planned to join us the following day. As we unpacked and settled in, I couldn't shake a persistent feeling of being observed. Several times I glanced toward the windows, half expecting to see someone or something staring back at me. Each time I saw only my own reflection superimposed on the darkening forest beyond. "Everything okay?" James asked, noticing my unease. "Just adjusting," I replied, not wanting to admit the irrational anxiety building within me. I had always been the anxious one in our relationship, prone to catastrophizing, while James remained the steadfast voice of reason. That evening, we prepared dinner together in the modest kitchen, opened a bottle of wine, and played board games by the fireplace. The cabin's remoteness felt charming then, romantic even, as we laughed and enjoyed each other's company. When night fully descended, however, the darkness outside was absolute. The cabin windows transformed into black mirrors, reflecting our activities back at us, while concealing whatever might be lurking beyond. I awoke on the first full day to sunlight streaming through partially drawn curtains. The forest appeared benign in daylight, vibrant green and alive with natural sounds. My unease from the previous evening seemed foolish in the morning light. After breakfast, we explored the surroundings, following a narrow hiking trail that wound through the dense woodland. James and William led the way, discussing plans to grill for dinner and perhaps try fishing at a nearby lake the following day. Rebecca walked alongside me, occasionally stopping to photograph particularly striking vistas or unusual plant specimens. "Have you ever been to Big Bear before?" she asked as we paused to rest on a fallen log. "No," I admitted. "I'm more of a city person, to be honest." "I can tell," she said with a gentle smile. "You seem tense, like you're waiting for something to happen." I sighed, embarrassed by my transparency. "I don't know what it is. Something about being so isolated makes me uneasy." Rebecca nodded. "It's natural. We're not used to this kind of silence anymore. Our brains fill the void with anxieties." Her explanation made sense, and I tried to embrace it as we continued our hike. Yet the feeling persisted, an intuition that we were temporary visitors in a place that didn't welcome our presence. Upon returning to the cabin, we received a text from David indicating he would arrive around 7 p.m. The message came through despite poor reception, disappearing and reappearing as our phones struggled to maintain a connection. As dusk approached, we gathered on the cabin's small deck. James grilled burgers while William opened beers. The conversation flowed easily, but I found myself increasingly distracted by the darkening woods. Twice I thought I saw movement among the trees, a shifting shadow that didn't align with the breeze-rustled branches. "Did you see that?" I asked Rebecca, keeping my voice low. "See what?" "Never mind," I said quickly, not wanting to fuel my own paranoia. David arrived as promised, his headlights cutting through the darkness as his car navigated the narrow access road. His arrival brought a fresh energy to our group, new stories, jokes, and perspectives that temporarily dispelled my growing discomfort. After showing David where he would sleep and integrating him into our small party, we gathered in the living room. Someone suggested ghost stories, an idea that would normally heighten my anxiety. Strangely, I found comfort in the structured fear of fictional tales, preferring them to the formless dread that had been building within me since our arrival. William, an accomplished storyteller, delivered a particularly effective tale about hunters who became lost in unfamiliar woods, pursued by an unseen predator that mimicked human voices. As he concluded his story, a distant howl echoed through the real forest surrounding us. "Coyotes," James explained, noticing my startled expression. "They're common up here." "They sound closer than they actually are," David added reassuringly. We stayed up too late, compensating for our unease with additional drinks and increasingly ridiculous conversations. By the time we headed to bed, James and I in one upstairs bedroom, William and Rebecca in the other, David on the couch below, my fatigue had temporarily overcome my anxiety. I don't know exactly what time it was when I first stirred from sleep. The digital clock on the nightstand showed no numbers, a power fluctuation perhaps. James slept soundly beside me, his breathing deep and regular. Something had woken me, but I couldn't identify what. Then I heard it, a faint scratching sound from downstairs, probably David adjusting his sleeping arrangement, I reasoned. But the sound continued, rhythmic and persistent. Not inside the cabin, I realized with growing alarm, but outside. Something, or someone, was moving around the exterior of our temporary home. I nudged James, who groaned and rolled over without waking. The scratching stopped momentarily, then resumed with a slightly different quality, as if whatever was causing it had moved to another section of the cabin's exterior. Rising carefully from bed, I approached the window. Our bedroom overlooked the front of the property and the dirt road that had brought us here. Moonlight provided minimal illumination, enough to distinguish shapes but not details. I stared into the darkness, squinting to make sense of the shadows. The forest appeared still, yet I couldn't shake the sensation of an active presence. Behind me, James continued to sleep undisturbed. I envied his ability to remain oblivious to the subtle wrongness that seemed so evident to me. A sharp crack, like a branch breaking underfoot, came from directly below our window. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Another crack followed, then silence that stretched painfully. Just as I convinced myself it was merely a nocturnal animal, a beam of light swept across the tree line, a flashlight, unmistakably human in its deliberate movement. I retreated from the window and shook James more forcefully. "James," I whispered urgently, "there's someone outside." He blinked awake slowly, confusion evident in his expression. "What time is it?" "I don't know. The power must have flickered, but I saw a flashlight outside." James sat up, instantly more alert. "Are you sure it wasn't just David? Why would David be outside in the middle of the night?" James considered this, then rose from bed and joined me at the window. We stood together, scanning the darkness. The light I had seen was gone, the forest once again still and seemingly empty. "I don't see anything," James said after a minute. "Maybe it was just the moonlight reflecting off something." I wanted to believe him, but the certainty of what I'd witnessed remained. No, it was a flashlight. Someone's out there. James sighed, running a hand through his sleep-tousled hair. Okay, I'll go check around. It's probably nothing, but I'll make sure. Don't go outside, I pleaded, gripping his arm. I won't. I'll just check the doors and windows, make sure everything's secure. I followed him downstairs, unwilling to remain alone. David was asleep on the couch, one arm hanging off the edge, his face peaceful. James moved quietly around the cabin's perimeter, checking locks and peering through windows. I stayed close behind, jumping at every creak of the old wood structure. Everything's locked up tight, James concluded, after completing his inspection. No signs of anyone trying to get in, but the flashlight could have been a hiker who got lost, or maybe someone from a nearby cabin, or just your imagination playing tricks. We're all a little on edge out here. I knew he was trying to be reasonable, to talk me down from my mounting fear. Part of me resented his dismissal of my concerns, but another part desperately wanted him to be right. Let's go back to bed, James suggested gently. Everything's fine. I nodded, unconvinced but unwilling to argue further. As we returned upstairs, I cast one final glance at the darkened windows, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. The glass reflected only the interior of the cabin, but the sensation of being watched persisted, following me back to our bedroom like an unwelcome shadow. The next day passed with forced normalcy. I didn't mention the night's disturbance to the others, not wanting to spoil the carefree atmosphere they were enjoying. James had already dismissed my concerns, and I feared the others would react similarly, with polite skepticism that would only heighten my sense of isolation. We spent most of the day at a nearby lake, where William and David attempted fishing, while Rebecca and I sunbathed on the rocky shore. James alternated between joining the fishing expedition and swimming in the clear, cold water. The ordinary pleasures of the day provided a temporary reprieve from my anxiety. As we returned to the cabin in late afternoon, however, I noticed something that reignited my unease. Near the edge of the clearing where the cabin stood, the undergrowth appeared trampled, as if someone had recently moved through it. When I pointed this out to James, he attributed it to deer or other wildlife. Animals follow the same paths repeatedly, he explained. It's probably just a game trail. I accepted his explanation outwardly, while inwardly noting that the disturbed vegetation formed a rough semicircle around the cabin, not the linear path an animal would typically create. The evening progressed pleasantly enough. We grilled the fish William and David had caught, supplemented with provisions we'd brought from the city. Conversation flowed easily, but I noticed David seemed distracted, frequently glancing toward the woods as darkness descended. Around 11, the others decided to play cards. I begged off, claiming fatigue, and retreated upstairs to read in bed. In truth, I wanted solitude to process my persistent sense of dread. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, James was shaking me awake. His expression was tense, his voice low. David saw something outside, he said without preamble. I sat up immediately, my heart rate accelerating. What did he see? He says he saw shadows moving in the woods and heard noises outside. The motion sensor light came on. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I told you I saw someone last night. James's expression tightened. Let's not jump to conclusions. It could be... A frantic knocking interrupted him. David's voice came through the door, pitched higher than normal. Guys, you need to see this. We followed David to William and Rebecca's room, where a sliding glass door opened onto a small balcony overlooking the back of the property. William stood at the edge of the balcony, peering into the darkness, while Rebecca remained inside, her face pale. There's definitely someone out there, William said as we joined him. I caught a glimpse of movement near that big pine. James moved forward, scanning the tree line. I stayed back, fear paralyzing me momentarily. Then James did something that shocked everyone. He gasped and stumbled backward. "Oh my God," he exclaimed, his voice breaking. James, my unflappable rock of a boyfriend, a 180-pound CrossFit coach who approached life's challenges with unwavering confidence, looked genuinely terrified. In that moment, my fear crystallized into something solid and undeniable. "What is it?" William demanded. James swallowed visibly. "There's a man standing out there, just standing and staring at the cabin." "Where?" David pressed, moving cautiously toward the balcony's edge. "By that cluster of pines to the left," James whispered. "Don't make any sudden movements." We all looked in the direction he indicated. At first, I saw nothing but darkness, punctuated by vague tree shapes. Then, as my eyes adjusted, a darker silhouette emerged, unmistakably human in form, unnaturally still, positioned between two tall pines, approximately 50 yards from the cabin. "Go lock the door," James instructed me quietly. I backed away slowly, then turned and rushed to secure the sliding glass door. My hands trembled so violently that I struggled with the lock mechanism. "Is he still there?" Rebecca whispered. William nodded grimly. "Hasn't moved an inch." "What do we do?" David asked, his earlier panic now replaced with a strange calmness. "We stay together," James decided, "in one room where we can keep watch and be ready if anything happens." No one questioned this plan. We gathered in William and Rebecca's room, the largest of the bedrooms, and positioned ourselves to monitor the balcony door while staying out of sight from outside. William had the presence of mind to bring his hunting knife, the only weapon available to us. For 30 agonizing minutes, we maintained our vigil. The figure remained motionless, a sentinel whose purpose we could only guess at with increasing dread. The heat in the room became oppressive as 5 bodies generated warmth in the confined space. Sweat beaded on my forehead and trickled down my back, yet opening a window was unthinkable. The fear in the room was tangible, though it manifested differently in each of us. Rebecca sat rigid on the bed, her gaze fixed on the balcony door. William paced in small, constrained movements. David had positioned himself against the wall farthest from the windows, his breathing deliberately measured. James alternated between checking the balcony and comforting me with reassuring touches. I found myself growing increasingly frustrated with the situation, with our vulnerability, with the unknown intentions of our observer, and with my own paralyzing fear. "I can't see him anymore," James finally announced after another careful survey of the tree line. "Are you sure?" William asked, joining him at the edge of the curtain. "The spot where he was standing is empty now." A new fear gripped me. The watcher had moved, but to where? The possibility seemed more terrifying than his stationary presence had been. "Maybe he left," Rebecca suggested, her voice betraying her disbelief in her own words. The tension had become unbearable. "I can't stay in this room anymore," I declared, standing abruptly. "It's too hot, and we're just sitting here waiting for something to happen." James looked concerned. "We should stay together." "Then come with me. But I need to get out of this room." After a brief discussion, James and I returned to our bedroom, with promises to shout if we noticed anything suspicious. The others remained together, taking comfort in their numbers. Back in our room, James tried to lighten the mood. "At least we know you weren't imagining things last night," he offered with a weak smile. "That's not particularly comforting," I replied, but I appreciated his attempt. Though still frightened, exhaustion began to overcome my anxiety. It was nearly 1:30 a.m., and the stress of the situation had drained me completely. James suggested we try to sleep with the lights on, and I agreed, though I doubted sleep would come easily. I must have dozed off despite my fears because the sound that woke me was startlingly loud in the quiet room. A distinct thud from somewhere outside or below us. I sat up immediately, my heart pounding. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to James, who was already alert beside me. Before he could answer, the room plunged into darkness as the power failed. The sudden absence of light was absolute. No ambient glow from outside, no faint illumination from electronics, just complete, enveloping blackness. A sob escaped me before I could suppress it. Blind in the darkness, I attempted to stand, tangling myself in the bedsheets and tumbling to the floor. James's hands found me, lifting me as I trembled uncontrollably. "It's okay," he whispered, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's probably just a power outage." He cut the power, I insisted, certainty flooding me. "He's coming in." James didn't argue. Instead, he fumbled for his phone, activating its flashlight function. The narrow beam provided minimal comfort as it cast long, distorted shadows across the unfamiliar room. "We need to get to the others," James decided. We moved cautiously into the hallway, where we could hear agitated voices from William and Rebecca's room. David appeared from downstairs, his own phone providing a circle of light. "Power's out everywhere," he reported tensely. I checked the breaker panel. It's not something inside the cabin. The five of us regrouped in the largest bedroom, our phone lights creating overlapping pools of illumination. The darkness outside seemed to press against the windows with physical weight, and every creak of the cabin's structure triggered a fresh surge of adrenaline. "I'll try calling the property manager," William suggested, but his attempt was futile. "No service," he reported grimly. We all checked our phones, confirming the absence of signal. Only David's device, using a different carrier, showed a single bar of reception, intermittent but present. "Try emergency services," Rebecca urged. David dialed 911, his hand visibly shaking. The call connected, then dropped. He tried again, this time reaching a dispatcher long enough to report our situation and location before losing the connection. "They're sending someone," he informed us, "but it could be a while. We're pretty remote." "Did you tell them about the man watching the house?" I asked urgently. David nodded. "They're treating it as a suspicious activity call." The waiting that followed was excruciating. Every sound, real or imagined, triggered a collective tension. We took turns watching at the windows, though the darkness outside revealed nothing. The cabin had transformed from a retreat into a trap, its windows now potential entry points for the unseen threat lurking in the forest. "We need a plan if someone tries to get in," William said quietly. No one responded immediately. The stark reality of our situation, 5 unarmed individuals in an isolated location with unreliable communication, rendered strategic planning nearly impossible. "We barricade the doors," James finally suggested. "Use the furniture. And if anyone does get in, we go out the balcony door and into the woods." "Into the woods?" I repeated incredulously. "Where he is?" "Better than being cornered inside," James reasoned. "At least we'd have a chance to run." The logic was sound but cold comfort. The forest that had seemed merely ominous before now loomed as a vast, dark labyrinth, potentially harboring multiple threats. Time crawled forward with excruciating slowness. Our phone batteries gradually depleted as we used them for light, forcing us to conserve power by keeping only 1 or 2 active at any time. The reduced illumination heightened our sense of vulnerability. David attempted to contact emergency services again but couldn't re-establish a connection. Whether the authorities were en route remained uncertain, and doubt grew with each passing minute. "It's been over an hour," Rebecca noted, checking her watch. "Shouldn't someone have arrived by now?" No one had a reassuring answer. The remoteness of our location, combined with the late hour and possible skepticism about the nature of our emergency, might have placed us low on the response priority list. A new sound startled us, a distinct scratching at the downstairs door. Not the random noises of a structure settling, but deliberate, persistent scraping. "He's trying to get in," I whispered, my throat constricting with terror. James and William exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. "We need to check," James said, his voice steadier than I expected. "I'll go with you," William volunteered, gripping his hunting knife. "No," Rebecca interjected. "Don't separate. If you're going down, we all go." Her logic was irrefutable. Together, we cautiously descended the stairs, David's phone providing our only light. The scratching had stopped, but an atmosphere of wrongness permeated the lower level of the cabin. James approached the front door slowly, William close behind him. The rest of us hung back, poised for flight if necessary. James peered through the peephole, then stepped back. "I can't see anything," he reported. "It's too dark." "Try the window," David suggested. James moved to the nearest window and carefully pulled back the edge of the curtain. He stared out for several seconds before letting the fabric fall back into place. "Nothing visible," he said, "but the scratching definitely came from the door." Could it have been an animal? Rebecca asked hopefully. Possibly, James conceded, though his tone suggested otherwise. We conducted a careful inspection of the ground floor, checking that all entry points remained secure. Nothing had been breached, yet the sense of imminent threat hadn't diminished. As we completed our circuit of the lower level, a new sound emerged from outside, a low, rhythmic thumping that seemed to circle the cabin's perimeter. Not footsteps exactly, but a deliberate percussion that suggested methodical movement. "What is that?" David whispered, his composure finally cracking. None of us answered. The sound continued its circuit, pausing occasionally before resuming. It completed what seemed to be a full circle around the cabin, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise, anticipatory and loaded with potential. We stood frozen in the darkened living room, straining to hear any indication of what might come next. Without warning, a tremendous crash came from upstairs, glass shattering with violent force. Rebecca screamed, and we instinctively huddled together. "The balcony door," William realized aloud. Footsteps sounded above us, heavy and unhurried. Someone was in the cabin. "Out the front door," James commanded, his voice a harsh whisper. "Now!" William rushed to unlock the front door, fumbling with unfamiliar mechanisms in the near darkness. The footsteps above began descending the stairs. Just as William succeeded in releasing the lock, the power returned. Lights blazed throughout the cabin, momentarily blinding us with their sudden intensity. The footsteps on the stairs stopped. When my vision cleared, I looked toward the staircase, certain we would finally confront our tormentor. But the stairs were empty. The house had fallen completely silent. "What the hell?" David breathed. James moved cautiously toward the staircase, gesturing for the rest of us to stay back. He ascended slowly, William following after a moment's hesitation. We waited in agonizing suspense for what seemed an eternity before they returned, expressions bewildered. "There's no one up there," James reported. "The balcony door is intact. Nothing's disturbed." "But we all heard it," I insisted. "The glass breaking, the footsteps." "I know," James acknowledged. "I heard it too. But there's no evidence of anyone being up there." This impossibility shook me more profoundly than any confirmed intrusion might have. Had we collectively hallucinated? Was extreme fear distorting our perceptions? Or was something happening that defied rational explanation? The return of electricity should have been reassuring, but instead introduced a new layer of unease. Why had the power failed, and why had it returned now? The timing seemed calculated rather than coincidental. "Let's check outside," William suggested, "now that we have light." "No," I protested. "That's exactly what he wants, to draw us out." "Who?" Rebecca demanded, her voice shrill with strain. "Who is doing this, and why?" None of us had answers, only theories grown increasingly paranoid with each passing hour. Was it locals harassing tourists? A disturbed individual fixated on the cabin or its occupants? Someone with a specific grievance against one of us? Whatever the explanation, the pattern was clear. Our tormentor was escalating, moving from observation to active psychological warfare. Dawn arrived without further incident, though none of us had slept. We had maintained a rotating watch through the remaining hours of darkness, jumping at every natural sound of the forest awakening around us. With daylight came a tentative relief. The forest appeared benign once more, showing no signs of the previous night's terror. Birds called, squirrels darted between trees, and gentle sunlight filtered through the canopy. The contrast with our nightmarish experience was jarring. "Maybe we should leave," Rebecca suggested as we gathered in the kitchen, consuming coffee as if it were life-sustaining medicine. "Just pack up and go back to the city." The idea held immediate appeal. Yet practical considerations intruded. We had paid for 3 nights, and the prospect of explaining our early departure to the property owner seemed daunting. How could we articulate what had happened without sounding hysterical? "Let's at least wait for the authorities to show up," James reasoned. "They should be here soon if they're coming at all." "And if they don't come," I pressed. "Then we leave by noon," he decided. "Regardless." As if summoned by our discussion, The sound of a vehicle approaching came from outside. We moved collectively to the windows, watching as a Forest Service truck pulled into the clearing. 2 uniformed officers emerged, looking far too casual given the urgency of our situation. James went to meet them while the rest of us observed from inside. Through the window, I could see James gesturing animatedly, describing our ordeal. The officers listened with professional detachment, occasionally taking notes. After several minutes, one officer circled the cabin, while the other continued speaking with James. When they eventually entered the cabin to take statements from all of us, their demeanor remained frustratingly non-committal. They recorded our accounts, examined the property, and promised to increase patrols in the area. "That's it?" David asked incredulously after they departed. "We were terrorized all night, and all they're going to do is drive by occasionally." "They think we imagined it," William said flatly, "or exaggerated. You could see it in their faces." He was right. The officers had been polite but skeptical, their questions revealing their underlying assessment. 5 city dwellers spooked by unfamiliar wilderness sounds, possibly influenced by alcohol and horror stories. "We're leaving," I declared, no longer willing to entertain any alternative. "I don't care about the money. I'm not spending another night here." No one argued. We packed with efficiency born of fear, eager to put distance between ourselves and the cabin. As I gathered my belongings, I noticed something that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. A small, nearly imperceptible scratch on the inside of our bedroom window. A deliberate mark that hadn't been there when we arrived. I called James over, pointing wordlessly at the scratch. He examined it closely, his expression darkening. "Let's go," he said simply. "Now." As we loaded our vehicles, I couldn't shake the sensation of being observed. The forest seemed to hold its collective breath, watching our retreat with patient amusement. Before departing, we stopped at a local general store for supplies for the journey home. While the others shopped, I found myself in conversation with the elderly proprietor, a longtime resident of the area. "Leaving early?" he inquired, noting our packed cars outside. "Yes," I replied, hesitating before adding, "We had some strange experiences at our cabin last night." "Which property?" he asked, his tone shifting subtly. I described the location, watching as recognition dawned in his weathered face. "The old riverside cabin," he nodded. "Used to belong to the Whitman family before they sold it." "We lost power last night," I ventured. The owner's colleague told us that was unusual. The man's expression grew guarded. Power's not always reliable up here in certain locations. But he specifically said outages only happened during snowstorms. The proprietor busied himself with reorganizing items behind the counter. "People say all sorts of things to make rentals more appealing." "We also saw someone," I pressed, needing validation of our experience. "A man watching the cabin from the woods." At this, the proprietor paused, his eyes meeting mine directly for the first time. "Folks often think they see things in these woods, especially at night. Plays tricks on the mind." His dismissal mirrored the officer's, yet something in his manner suggested greater knowledge than he was willing to share. "Has anyone else reported similar experiences?" I asked directly. A long pause followed before he answered. "Can't say I've heard anything specific to that property, but these mountains have their share of troubled souls. People come up here to escape things, sometimes themselves." The exchange left me feeling simultaneously vindicated and more disturbed. As we drove away from Big Bear, I watched the forest recede in the side mirror, unable to shake the conviction that our experience had been neither unique nor random, but part of a pattern the locals had tacitly agreed to ignore. 3 months have passed since our abbreviated stay at the Big Bear cabin. On the surface, life has returned to normal. Work routines resumed, social obligations fulfilled, the rhythm of city existence providing a comforting predictability that the wilderness had disrupted. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, permanent changes have taken root. I sleep with a light on now, something James has accommodated without complaint. Unexpected sounds at night trigger an immediate adrenaline response that leaves me trembling. The dark holds new terrors, populated by memories of absolute blackness and unknown watchers. James and I researched the cabin and its surroundings after our return, seeking rational explanations for our experience. We found little concrete information, but disturbing patterns emerged in online reviews and local newspaper archives. Vague references to disturbances, unusually high turnover in ownership, and a disproportionate number of rental cancellations. One review, hastily removed but captured in our screenshot, mentioned feeling watched the entire stay and unexplained power issues despite perfect weather. William and Rebecca broke up 2 weeks after our return. The strain of the experience had exposed fault lines in their relationship that couldn't be repaired. David withdrew from our social circle entirely, declining invitations and responding to messages with increasing brevity before ceasing communication altogether. Last week, James received an email from the cabin owner, a generic message sent to all recent guests, explaining that the property was being removed from the rental market due to maintenance issues. The phrasing seemed deliberately vague, corporate language concealing unspecified problems. Sometimes, in the moments before sleep claims me, I find myself back in that darkened cabin, listening to footsteps that leave no traces, watching for a figure whose purpose remains unknown. I wonder what would have happened had we stayed the full 3 nights. What escalation might have followed our second evening of terror? Most disturbing is the persistent question that haunts my quieter moments. Was our tormentor human at all? The officers found no footprints despite the easily impressionable forest floor. The scratching sounds defied natural explanation. The power failure affected only our cabin, yet the utility company confirmed no localized outage had been recorded. I've spoken with a therapist about these experiences, framing them as potential manifestations of anxiety rather than supernatural encounters. The clinical explanation: shared fear generating mass suggestion, isolation amplifying normal environmental sounds, confirmation bias reinforcing our interpretations, offers intellectual comfort but emotional hollow. The truth, I suspect, lies somewhere in the ambiguous territory between objective reality and subjective perception. Something happened in those woods. Something real enough to fracture relationships and alter sleep patterns months later. Yesterday, sorting through photos from the trip that I'd avoided reviewing until now, I noticed something in the background of a group picture taken outside the cabin our first evening. A blurred shape at the forest's edge that could be dismissed as a trick of light or camera malfunction. Yet the longer I stared, the more distinct it appeared. A human silhouette partially obscured by foliage, watching our casual happiness with patient intensity. I deleted the photo immediately, but can't delete the certainty that grew as I examined it. We were never alone at that cabin. From the moment of our arrival, something observed us, testing boundaries, gauging reactions, perhaps even feeding on our escalating fear. Sometimes I wake convinced that I'm being watched in our secure city apartment, 16 floors above the street. In those moments, I resist the urge to check the windows or peer into closets. Instead, I close my eyes and remind myself that whatever waited in those woods remains there, separated from me by miles of civilization and rational light. But in my darkest thoughts, a different possibility emerges, that having found us once, it knows our scent now. That distance offers no protection. That one night, I'll open my eyes to find a familiar silhouette standing at the foot of our bed, patient and still, having completed its journey from forest to city, from nightmare to waking life. I don't think I'll ever go back to Big Bear, but increasingly I wonder if part of Big Bear has followed me home. I've never told anyone the complete story of what happened that spring break when I was 14. 3 years have passed since that day, but the memories remain vivid, too vivid, keeping me awake on stormy nights when the branches scrape against my bedroom window. The rational part of my mind understands that what we experienced that afternoon behind the restaurant was likely nothing more than an abandoned playground coupled with our overactive imaginations. Yet the irrational part, the primitive brainstem that controls our fight-or-flight response, refuses to accept such a simple explanation. It was April 2022 when my parents decided I should spend time with family during spring break, instead of wasting away in front of screens at home. They arranged for me to stay at my uncle's cabin in the North Woods with my 11-year-old cousin Ivy. I wasn't thrilled about the arrangement initially. Being 14 meant I'd rather spend time with friends than babysit a younger cousin, but my protests fell on deaf ears. The cabin itself was nothing remarkable. A 2-bedroom wooden structure nestled among towering pine trees about 30 miles from the nearest town. My Uncle William had inherited it from his father and visited occasionally for hunting and fishing trips. The walls were adorned with mounted fish and photographs of successful hunting expeditions. A musty odor of mothballs and old wood permeated every room. Uncle William's wife, my Aunt Patricia, would be supervising us during our stay. She was a practical woman who preferred outdoor activities to indoor comforts, which explained why the cabin's amenities were limited to the basics: running water, electricity, and a wood-burning stove for heating. No internet connection, spotty cell service at best. On our third day at the cabin, after a morning spent hiking through the surrounding woods, Aunt Patricia suggested we drive into town for lunch at Riverbank Diner, a local establishment she claimed served the best country fried steak in the county. The prospect of a proper meal excited both Ivy and me after days of Aunt Patricia's questionable cooking skills. The drive took almost 40 minutes along winding roads bordered by dense forest. I spent the journey watching the endless sea of trees, while Ivy chattered away about a frog she'd found that morning by the small creek running behind the cabin. "Do you think we'll see any bears?" Ivy asked, her voice tinged with both fear and hope. "Not likely," I replied. "They usually avoid people." "What about wolves? Uncle William said there are wolves around here." I shrugged. "Maybe, but they're more afraid of us than we are of them." Riverbank Diner stood at the edge of the small town, a weathered structure with faded red paint and a sign that had seen better days. The parking lot contained only a handful of vehicles, mostly pickup trucks and SUVs with mud-splattered tires. A bell jingled as we entered, announcing our arrival to the sparse crowd of locals enjoying their midday meals. The interior smelled of grease, coffee, and pine-scented cleaning solution. Wood paneling covered the walls, interrupted occasionally by framed black and white photographs of the town from decades past. A counter with red vinyl stools ran along one wall, while booths with cracked leather seats occupied the opposite side. A waitress in her 50s with bottle blonde hair piled high on her head approached us with a tired smile. Her name tag read Betty. "Welcome to Riverbank," she said, leading us to a booth near the back. "Don't get many visitors this time of year." Aunt Patricia exchanged pleasantries with Betty, revealing they had attended the same high school years earlier. They fell into conversation about people I didn't know, leaving Ivy and me to examine our laminated menus. "I want a milkshake," Ivy whispered, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Ask Aunt Patricia," I suggested, scanning the lunch options. The meal itself was unremarkable, standard diner fare that satisfied our hunger without inspiring culinary praise. Ivy spilled her chocolate milkshake on her shirt, causing Aunt Patricia to sigh in exasperation and dab at the stain with napkins. As we finished our meal, Betty returned to clear our plates. "Got kids with you today, huh, Patricia?" she said, nodding toward us. "My niece and nephew," Aunt Patricia confirmed, trying to keep them entertained for the week. Betty leaned down conspiratorially. "There's a playground out back if they want to burn off some energy. My grandkids love it when they visit." Ivy immediately perked up. "A playground? Can we go, please?" Aunt Patricia checked her watch. "I suppose so. I need to run to the hardware store for some supplies anyway. You two can play outside while I do that." "There's an entrance through the back door," Betty offered, pointing to a door near the restrooms. "Just follow the path." As we got up to leave, I noticed Betty's smile falter slightly, but I dismissed it as my imagination. Now, looking back, I wonder if she knew, if she had sent other children down that path before us. We exited through the back door of the diner into an enclosed area containing dumpsters and stacks of empty wooden pallets. The smell of rotting food and cigarette smoke hung in the air. A narrow dirt path led from a gap in the wooden fence into the woods behind the restaurant. "Do you think it's far?" Ivy asked, already starting down the path. "Betty made it sound close," I replied, following her. "It's probably just through these trees." The path wound its way through underbrush and between pine trees. Though it was early afternoon, the dense canopy above cast everything in shadow. The sounds of the diner, clinking dishes, conversations, occasional bursts of laughter, faded with each step until all we could hear was the crunch of pine needles beneath our feet and the distant calls of birds. "This is taking forever," Ivy complained after several minutes of walking. I had to agree. The path seemed to stretch on much longer than expected for a playground supposedly behind a restaurant. I was about to suggest turning back when the trees ahead thinned, revealing a small clearing. "Look!" Ivy pointed excitedly. "I see something." The clearing opened before us, approximately 30 yards in diameter, surrounded on all sides by towering pine trees that seemed to lean inward as if watching us. The ground was mostly dirt with patches of yellowed grass struggling to grow in the perpetual shade. At first glance, the area appeared to be an abandoned lot rather than a playground. Debris littered the ground: broken bottles, cigarette butts, faded food wrappers. But as my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw what had caught Ivy's attention: the outline of playground equipment on the far side of the clearing. Something about the scene felt wrong. The playground equipment appeared disproportionate, misaligned somehow, as if designed by someone who had only heard descriptions of what a playground should look like without ever having seen one. "Come on!" Ivy called, already halfway across the clearing. I hesitated, scanning our surroundings. The air felt heavier here, stagnant. No breeze disturbed the branches above us. No birds called. Even the insects seemed to have fallen silent. "Wait up," I said, hurrying after her while trying to dismiss my growing unease. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just an old playground, nothing more. Why, then, did each step toward it fill me with increasing dread? Before we reached the playground equipment, we encountered an old couch sitting incongruously beneath a tall pine tree. The furniture piece was filthy, its fabric torn in multiple places with stuffing spilling out like yellow intestines. Dark stains spread across its cushions in patterns that resembled crude faces if you looked at them too long. Who would put a couch out here? I wondered aloud. Ivy shrugged, already looking beyond it to the playground equipment. Maybe teenagers use it to hang out? The thought of people voluntarily spending time in this gloomy clearing disturbed me. I stepped around the couch, noticing empty beer cans and cigarette butts concentrated around it, supporting Ivy's theory. Beyond the couch stood what I presumed to be the playground Betty had mentioned, a rusted swing set with 2 remaining swings, the third chain dangling empty, stood beside a metal slide with peeling green paint. The slide's ladder was missing several rungs, and what appeared to be initials and crude symbols had been scratched into its surface. Ivy approached the swings, testing one cautiously before sitting down. "Be careful," I warned. "That thing looks ancient." "It's fine," she replied, pushing off with her feet to start swinging. The structure creaked ominously with each forward movement, but held together. I remained standing, suddenly reluctant to touch anything in this place. While Ivy swung, I surveyed our surroundings more carefully. The clearing wasn't as natural as it had first appeared. The ground showed evidence of having been leveled at some point, though nature had begun to reclaim it. Weeds pushed through cracks in what might once have been a concrete pad. At the edges of the clearing, garbage had accumulated: rusted appliances, tires, broken furniture. Then I noticed something that made my stomach contract. On the opposite side of the clearing stood what resembled a jungle gym, but distorted in a way that defied logical explanation. The metal bars formed angles that seemed to change when viewed from different positions. A large black electrical cord wrapped around the topmost bar, hanging down several feet. Attached to it was a yellow extension cord with a light fixture dangling at its end. Most disturbing of all was what hung from another section of the structure, a baby doll suspended by a strip of black cloth around its neck. The doll's plastic face had been partially melted, its painted features dripping down in a parody of tears. Its limbs were positioned at impossible angles, and someone had drawn crude symbols across its torso, with what looked like red marker, or something worse. That was when the feeling of dread that had been building since we entered the clearing intensified tenfold, transforming into raw, primal fear. We weren't alone. "Ivy," I called, my voice emerging as little more than a whisper. "Ivy, we should go." She continued swinging, oblivious to my growing panic. "We just got here. Aunt Patricia won't be done shopping for at least half an hour." I stepped closer to the swing set, my eyes repeatedly drawn back to the hanging doll. From this new angle, I could see that someone had removed its eyes, leaving empty sockets that seemed to follow my movements. "This place isn't right," I insisted. "Look around you." Ivy slowed her swinging, finally noticing the disturbed expression on my face. She followed my gaze to the distorted jungle gym and the suspended doll. "That's creepy," she admitted, her previous enthusiasm dimming. "Who would do that to a doll?" "I don't know, but I don't want to stick around to find out." I gestured toward the path. "Let's go back to the diner." Ivy reluctantly slid off the swing but paused before following me. "What's that?" she asked, pointing to a structure I hadn't noticed before. Partially hidden behind a cluster of bushes at the edge of the clearing stood what appeared to be a wooden doghouse. Except this doghouse was much too large enough for a human to crawl inside comfortably. Its roof was covered with tar paper, and its entrance was a dark rectangle revealing nothing of its interior. Someone had painted a word above the entrance, but weather and time had made it illegible, with only the letters STAY remaining visible. "It's nothing," I said firmly, grabbing Ivy's hand. "Just a shed or something." Ivy pulled away from me, her curiosity overriding her better judgment. "It looks like a giant doghouse." Before I could stop her, she had crossed the clearing toward the structure. I followed reluctantly, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped animal seeking escape. As we approached, details emerged that heightened my anxiety. A chain was bolted to one side of the structure, ending in what looked disturbingly like a collar sized for a human neck. Scratches marked the wood around the entrance, some appearing to have been made from the inside. Ivy leaned forward, peering into the dark opening. I grabbed her shoulder to pull her back, but she had already seen something that made her gasp. "I think there's someone in there," she whispered, her voice trembling. I forced myself to look. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but I could make out what seemed to be a pile of blankets or rags in one corner, and something else, something that reflected the dim light filtering through the entrance. A pair of eyes. I jerked backward, pulling Ivy with me so forcefully that she stumbled. "There's someone in the doghouse," she repeated, her voice rising in panic. Whether it was truly a person or merely an animal seeking shelter, I didn't care to discover. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to escape this clearing and never return. As if responding to our discovery, a sound broke the unnatural silence of the clearing, a high-pitched whirring noise coming from somewhere above us. I looked up, scanning the treetops and the sky beyond, but saw nothing that could explain the sound. "We need to go," I said, no longer bothering to hide my fear. "Now!" We turned and ran toward the path, no longer concerned with appearing brave or mature. The sound above us intensified, its pitch fluctuating in a way that reminded me of a circular saw cutting through different densities of wood. It seemed to follow us, moving from one treetop to another as we fled. Just as we reached the entrance to the path, my right leg seized with an excruciating cramp. The muscle in my calf contracted violently, sending me stumbling to one knee with a cry of pain. "What's wrong?" Ivy asked, stopping a few feet ahead on the path. "Cramp," I gasped, massaging my calf desperately. "Keep going, I'll catch up." Ivy hesitated, torn between continuing to safety and staying with me. "Go," I insisted. The whirring sound was directly above us now, and looking up, I caught a glimpse of movement among the pine branches. Something dark shifting position, tracking our movements. Ivy finally obeyed, running down the path while repeatedly glancing back at me. I forced myself to stand despite the pain, putting weight on my good leg while dragging the cramped one behind me. Each step sent jolts of agony up my leg, but fear provided a powerful anesthetic. I limped after Ivy as quickly as my injured leg would allow, constantly aware of the sound following us through the trees. The path that had seemed so long on our way to the playground now felt endless. Branches clawed at my clothing and face as I stumbled forward, certain that at any moment I would feel hands grabbing me from behind. When the back of the diner finally appeared through the trees, I nearly collapsed with relief. Ivy stood at the edge of the restaurant's property, waiting for me with wide, frightened eyes. "Did you see it?" she asked as I limped the final few yards to join her. "See what?" When I looked back, she swallowed hard. There was a person following us on the path, walking real slow, but following. I turned to look back at the path we had emerged from. The entrance stood empty, framed by undergrowth and pine trees swaying gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. Nothing moved among the shadows, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "Let's get inside," I suggested, my voice steadier than I felt. We hurried through the back entrance of the diner, the normalcy of the kitchen sounds and fluorescent lighting, providing an immediate but superficial comfort. A cook glanced at us with mild curiosity as we passed through, but said nothing. In the main dining area, the lunch crowd had thinned considerably. Betty was wiping down a table near the entrance, and she smiled as we approached. "Did you kids enjoy the playground?" she asked cheerfully. I exchanged a look with Ivy, unsure how to respond. How could Betty refer to that disturbing place as if it were a normal children's playground? "It was interesting," I managed to say. Betty's smile faltered slightly. "It's seen better days, I suppose. The town used to maintain it properly, but budget cuts, you know how it is." Her casual explanation stunned me into silence. Had we somehow misinterpreted everything we'd seen? Was the hanging doll just discarded trash? The doghouse some abandoned storage shed? The eyes merely a reflection or a small animal? Before I could formulate more questions, Aunt Patricia entered the diner, carrying bags from the hardware store. "There you are," she said. "Ready to head back to the cabin?" On the drive back to the cabin, Ivy and I sat in silence, while Aunt Patricia talked about the supplies she'd purchased and her plans for fixing the cabin's leaking roof. Neither of us mentioned what we'd experienced behind the restaurant. I wasn't sure if it was because we feared not being believed, or because speaking about it would somehow make it more real. My leg continued to throb, the muscle still tight from the cramp. I massaged it absently while staring out the window at the passing forest, seeing hanging dolls and oversized doghouses in every shadow between the trees. When we arrived at the cabin, Aunt Patricia instructed us to wash up before dinner. In the bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face and stared at my reflection in the spotted mirror. My complexion appeared paler than usual, with dark circles forming beneath my eyes despite having slept well the previous night. During dinner, Ivy pushed her food around her plate without eating much, uncharacteristically quiet. Aunt Patricia noticed, pressing the back of her hand to Ivy's forehead to check for fever. "Are you feeling all right?" she asked. Ivy nodded unconvincingly. "Just tired from playing." "You didn't overexert yourself at that playground, did you?" Aunt Patricia frowned. "Betty mentioned it was old. I probably should have checked it out myself before letting you two go off alone." The opportunity to tell her what we'd seen presented itself, but when I opened my mouth, different words emerged. It was fine, just old swings and a slide. Why had I lied? Part of me worried that Aunt Patricia would dismiss our experience as childish imagination. Another part feared she would believe us and investigate, potentially encountering whatever had followed us on the path. After dinner, Ivy and I sat on the cabin's small porch, watching darkness settle over the forest. The usual evening sounds, owls hooting, insects chirping, the occasional rustling of nocturnal animals. seemed threatening now in a way they hadn't before. "We should tell someone," Ivy said suddenly, breaking our prolonged silence. "Tell them what? That we found a creepy playground? That doesn't exactly warrant calling the police." "What about the doghouse? Someone was in there, I know it." I sighed, rubbing my still sore calf. Maybe it was a homeless person using it for shelter, or maybe it was just an animal. "You saw the eyes," Ivy insisted. "Those weren't animal eyes." "We don't know that for sure." Ivy turned to face me directly. "Why are you pretending it wasn't weird? You were scared too. I saw your face." She was right. I was attempting to rationalize what we'd experienced, to file it away as something explainable and therefore less frightening. But deep down, I knew better. "What about the sound?" I asked quietly. "The whirring noise that followed us? Could have been machinery somewhere, or a drone. In the middle of the woods?" We fell silent again, each lost in our own thoughts. Eventually, Aunt Patricia called us inside as night had fully descended. She had prepared the couch for me to sleep on while Ivy would take the small guest bedroom. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every creak of the cabin's wooden structure, every whisper of wind through the pine needles outside, jolted me back to alertness. When I finally did drift off, my dreams were filled with distorted playground equipment and dark openings where eyes gleamed from shadows. I'm 17 now, and I haven't returned to that town or my uncle's cabin since that spring break. My parents divorced the following year, and summer vacations have been spent shuttling between their separate homes in the city. Ivy and I don't talk about what happened, though occasionally I catch her watching me with a questioning look during family gatherings, as if wondering if I still remember. I remember. Every detail remains preserved in my memory with disturbing clarity. Last month, curiosity and the passage of time emboldened me to search online for information about the town, and specifically the Riverbank Diner. What I found disturbed me more than I anticipated. The diner had closed permanently 6 months after our visit. Local news articles cited health code violations without specifying details. More disturbing were the comment sections beneath these articles, where locals hinted at darker reasons for the closure. One commenter wrote, "That place was always wrong. Remember the Hanson boy in a '98. Another replied, "They never should have built on that land. Some places aren't meant for people." The most unsettling discovery came from a blog dedicated to local history. A post from 2015 included a black and white photograph from the 1940s, showing the clearing where we had found the playground. No playground equipment existed then, but in its place stood a large house. The caption read, "Woodman Estate before the fire of 1952. 7 children perished when the orphanage burned." Local rumors claimed the director had been performing experiments on his charges. I've tried contacting the blog's author for more information, but my emails have gone unanswered. Public records from that era are sparse, and what little I found makes no mention of experiments or unusual circumstances surrounding the fire. Sometimes I wonder if Ivy saw the same things I did that day. Children's memories are malleable, susceptible to suggestion and revision over time. Perhaps what I recall as terrifying was merely an abandoned playground with ordinary debris that my 14-year-old mind transformed into something sinister. Yet this rationalization fails to explain certain details. The whirring sound that followed us, the eyes in the doghouse, the feeling of being watched. These elements resist logical explanation. Last week I received a text message from an unknown number. It contained only 5 words. "Do you remember the playground?" I didn't respond. I blocked the number immediately, telling myself it was merely a wrong number or random spam. My hands trembled for hours afterward. Tonight, as I write this account, a familiar sound has been drifting through my bedroom window. A high-pitched whirring that rises and falls in pitch like a circular saw cutting through different densities of wood. It's been 3 years since I heard that sound, but I recognized it instantly. I've closed the blinds and locked the window. I've told myself it's just construction somewhere in the neighborhood, though it's nearly midnight and no lights are visible outside. Part of me wants to dismiss everything that happened as the overactive imagination of a 14-year-old. But another part knows better. Some places in this world exist at the intersection of what's real and what shouldn't be. The playground behind Riverbank Diner was such a place, a location where something terrible had occurred and left an imprint that time couldn't erase. I don't know what watched us from the doghouse that day, or what followed us along the path. I don't want to know. Some questions are better left unanswered, but sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if it knows where to find me. If you're reading this and come across a small diner at the edge of a forest with a playground behind it, my advice is simple. Keep driving. Some playgrounds aren't meant for children, or for anyone else. The isolation hits you first. Miles from anything resembling civilization, surrounded by ancient pines that sway and whisper secrets in the wind. That's what I remember most about my first days at Blackwater Ridge Station. When the Forest Service transferred me to this remote outpost in the Pacific Northwest, my supervisor handed me a worn topographical map with certain areas marked in red. Missing hikers tend to disappear in these sectors, he said matter-of-factly. Radio signals get scrambled there too. Geological anomalies, probably? I nodded, trying to look unfazed. 6 years as a park ranger had prepared me for most wilderness emergencies, but something about this assignment felt different. The cabin assigned to me had stood for nearly a century, a sturdy testament to forestry's early days. Inside, previous rangers had left their mark notches on doorframes tracking wildlife sightings, Polaroids thumbtacked to corkboards, and a small library of paperbacks. One book caught my eye immediately, an old horror novel called The Watchers of the Dark, with a crude illustration of something tall and shaggy standing between trees on its cover. Previous ranger was obsessed with local legends, my supervisor explained when he caught me examining it. Said he heard things at night. We found him wandering 10 miles off trail, babbling about being watched. Psychiatric discharge. I shelved the book, trying to dismiss it as the product of isolation-induced paranoia. Yet that night, as wind rattled the cabin's windows and shadows danced across rough-hewn walls, I found myself returning to it. Inside the front cover, someone had scrawled in jagged handwriting. They're real. They've always been here. They watch us, not the other way around. That night I heard the first scream, a sound too structured to be wind, too guttural to be human, yet carrying unmistakable intelligence in its modulation. It echoed across the valley, bouncing between mountain peaks before fading into the darkness. Radio chatter with other stations revealed nothing unusual. Probably a mountain lion, came the crackled response. They sound almost human sometimes. But in 15 years of wilderness work, I'd heard mountain lions. This wasn't that. The following morning, I found massive tracks in the mud near the cabin, 18 inches long with 5 distinct toe impressions. Too large for bear, wrong shape for moose. I photographed them before they dissolved in light rain. During my first week, 3 separate hikers reported feeling watched from the tree line. Something big, one woman insisted, her hand shaking around a mug of the coffee I'd offered. Standing upright, following us for miles. I filed the reports dutifully, but found myself omitting certain details. The unnatural silence that preceded each sighting, the strange twisted patterns discovered in branches afterward, the strong musky odor lingering in areas where nothing appeared to have bedded down. "Heard you got the haunted sector," another ranger joked during my supply run to headquarters. "Sasquatch keeping you company up there?" I laughed it off. But that night, returning to my isolated cabin as darkness fell, I found myself scanning the tree line, suddenly aware of how the forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, just the weight of unseen eyes tracking my movements through the gathering gloom. From somewhere deep in the woods came 3 sharp cracks, like massive tree trunks being struck together with deliberate purpose. A signal, a warning. And despite my training and experience, despite my scientific mind and rational explanations, I found myself walking faster, keys clutched tightly in my fist, unable to shake the feeling that something ancient and territorial had taken notice of the new watcher in its domain. They say the line between skepticism and denial is thinner than we'd like to admit. After 3 weeks at Blackwater Ridge, I was straddling that line daily. The incidents began subtly. Items in my cabin would be slightly rearranged when I returned from patrols. Nothing missing, just shifted. The jerky I'd hung to dry would disappear despite being secured well above bear reach. Strange piles of stones appeared along my regular hiking routes, too deliberate to be natural formations. I rationalized each occurrence, whined through an open window, forgotten consumption of trail snacks, geological peculiarities. But deep down, a primal part of my brain was connecting dots my rational mind refused to acknowledge. The night everything changed, I was returning from helping a family whose teenage son had twisted his ankle 5 miles from the nearest access road. Standard procedure: stabilize, transport, paperwork. I was exhausted, operating on autopilot as my headlights cut through the mist-shrouded forest road. That's when my truck's electrical system failed completely. One moment I was driving, the next sitting in total darkness on a remote service road with no cell reception. I tried the radio, but only static answered me. A memory surfaced from a Reddit thread I'd once read about mysterious encounters. Electronics failing is the first sign they're close. I dismissed the thought and grabbed my emergency kit. The forest was unnaturally quiet as I popped the hood, flashlight clenched between my teeth. No sign of obvious damage, but the hair on my arms stood on end. That's when I caught it. A scent so pungent and primal, it triggered an instinctive fear response, like wet fur mixed with something musky and ancient. Behind me, a branch snapped with the deliberate sound of something large that didn't care about stealth anymore. I turned slowly, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. At the road's edge, just beyond where the light fully reached, stood a massive silhouette. Taller than any man, broader in the shoulders, covered in what appeared to be dark fur. For one breathtaking moment, we regarded each other, human and something decidedly not. The being raised its arm in what might have been a gesture of acknowledgement. My flashlight flickered once, then died. When I frantically slapped it back to life seconds later, the figure was gone. But evidence remained. Pressed into the soft earth at the road's edge were footprints that matched those I'd found near my cabin. Only these were fresher, clearer, undeniably real. I photographed them with shaking hands before my truck's electrical system mysteriously reactivated, headlights blazing to life unprompted. Back at the cabin, I pored over the pictures, comparing them to known wildlife prints. Nothing matched. I found myself returning to the old horror novel, now understanding the previous ranger's obsession. The book contained crude illustrations of footprints identical to those I'd photographed. That night, I awakened to rhythmic thumping against the cabin's exterior walls, not threatening, but deliberate, like something communicating. 3 thumps, pause, 3 thumps, pause. When dawn broke, I found freshly killed rabbits placed on my porch steps. Not mutilated or partially consumed, cleanly killed and carefully arranged. An offering, a warning? Traditional knowledge across cultures suggested both possibilities. I recalled a creepypasta story where a Forest Service worker described finding similar gifts before encountering something in the woods that spoke to him in broken, mimicked human speech. I dismissed it as fiction then. I no longer had that luxury. The Forest Service radio crackled to life that morning with reports of lost hikers in Sector 7, precisely where I'd seen the figure the night before. As I gathered my search gear, I knew with cold certainty that I wasn't just looking for missing hikers anymore. I was walking into the territory of something that had already taken notice of me, something that wanted me to know it was there. The search party assembled at dawn, myself, 2 volunteer wilderness guides, and a county sheriff's deputy who looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. The missing hikers were a pair of college students who'd ventured off-trail to photograph some rock formations. They hadn't checked in at their designated time, and their emergency beacon had activated briefly before going silent. Last signal puts them somewhere in this 5-mile radius, I explained, pointing to the map. I deliberately avoided mentioning it was the same area where I'd encountered the figure the previous night. Some things you keep to yourself if you want to maintain credibility. The area in question was locally known as Devil's Pocket, a densely forested valley between 3 peaks where fog lingered unnaturally and compasses behaved erratically. Old-timers avoided it. Hikers reported disorienting experiences there. The Forest Service officially attributed these phenomena to unusual magnetic properties in the underlying rock formations. We split into teams, maintaining radio contact as we searched. The deputy and one guide took the eastern approach while I paired with Marco, a seasoned local guide who'd grown up in these mountains. "You believe the stories about this place?" Marco asked once we were alone on the trail. "What stories?" I replied carefully. "About the Watchers," he said matter-of-factly. "The old people say they've always been here. Territorial but not malicious unless provoked. Some think they're guardians of some kind." Before I could respond, we came upon a clearing that stopped us both mid-stride. The underbrush had been systematically bent and woven into an enormous circular pattern, like a massive nest or meeting place. At its center sat the students' backpacks, carefully placed but untouched. "I've never seen anything like this," Marco whispered, his previous confidence evaporating. I keyed my radio to alert the others, but static was the only response. Electronic interference, just like my truck the night before. That's when we heard it. A rhythm of knocks echoing through the trees, similar to the pattern on my cabin but more complex. Answering knocks came from the opposite direction, then another pattern from somewhere else. We were surrounded by unseen communicators. "They're talking about us," Marco said, his voice barely audible. "My grandfather said they do this." A human scream cut through the knocking, distant but clear. We ran toward it, pushing through dense underbrush that seemed to grab at our clothing. The forest grew darker despite the morning sun, fog materializing around us as if summoned. We found one of the students huddled against a rock face, eyes wide with terror. Her clothes were torn, not from attack but from running blindly through thorny brush. Her friend was still missing. "It was watching us," she stammered as I checked her for injuries. "For hours. Following just out of sight. Then last night it took Jason's camera when he tried to photograph it. We ran in different directions." "What did it look like?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Tall, covered in dark hair. But the face, almost human, but not. It knew what a camera was. It understood. Marco and I exchanged glances. This was beyond any standard search and rescue situation. The knocking resumed, closer now, deliberate, directional. "It's telling us where to go," Marco said quietly. "My grandfather said if you respect them, sometimes they'll help you." Every rational part of my training rejected following mysterious signals from an unidentified forest entity. But standard procedures weren't yielding results, and a young man's life hung in the balance. "We follow," I decided, but carefully. The knocking led us along a game trail, invisible to casual observation. After nearly a mile, we found the second student, unconscious but alive, carefully placed on a bed of moss beneath a rock overhang that sheltered him from the elements. His camera was missing, but around his wrist was a crude bracelet of woven plant fibers that hadn't been there when he entered the forest. As we administered first aid, I caught movement at the tree line, just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something massive shifted behind a distant pine, observing our care for the injured hiker. I raised my hand slowly, in the same gesture the creature had used toward me the previous night. The forest fell silent, then 3 deliberate knocks answered from the shadows. We evacuated both hikers successfully, fabricating a story about them becoming disoriented in fog to explain their experiences. The official report mentioned nothing about 18-inch footprints found near the rescue site, nor the strange woven structures discovered throughout the search area. That night, alone in my cabin, I placed a small offering of fruit and jerky on my porch steps. By morning it was gone, replaced with a twisted arrangement of branches that bore remarkable similarity to the symbol on the cover of The Watchers of the Dark, the book I was now reading with new understanding. After the rescue, I couldn't ignore what was happening anymore. I took a week of accumulated leave and drove to the nearest university library, where I immersed myself in research. Newspaper archives, anthropological journals, indigenous oral histories, anything that might shed light on what I was experiencing at Blackwater Ridge. What I found was both reassuring and terrifying. Reports of encounters similar to mine stretched back centuries, documented across cultures with remarkable consistency. The Patterson-Gimlin film was just the tip of an evidential iceberg. Beneath it lay thousands of eyewitness accounts, many from people like me with scientific training and wilderness experience. Most compelling were the journals of Timothy McAllister, a forest ranger stationed at Blackwater in 1932. His detailed observations described a complex society of bipedal, non-human primates living in the deeper wilderness areas. He documented gift exchanges, territorial displays, and even rudimentary communication through knocks and whistles. The university's anthropology department yielded another treasure, recordings of an elder from the region's indigenous tribe describing the Tall Ones as ancient guardians of sacred places within the forest. They remember when our ancestors first came, the elder explained. They watch, they judge, they remain hidden because they choose to, not because they must. In one account from a 1970s Forest Service report marked internal use only, a ranger described finding elaborate structures deep in the woods, stick formations that seemed to mark territories and communication points. I'd seen identical structures during the search for the missing hikers. Most rangers reporting these encounters were either ignored, ridiculed, or quietly transferred. Many, like my predecessor, eventually suffered psychological breakdowns, not from their experiences, but from the institutional refusal to acknowledge what they'd witnessed. I found a Reddit forum where park rangers, hunters, and Forest Service workers anonymously shared their experiences. One account chilled me particularly. After 3 years of interactions, they began to recognize me. I could feel the difference. They'd leave small objects near my cabin, unusual stones, twisted branches in impossible configurations. One morning I found a perfect imprint of a massive hand pressed into clay beside my water pump. 5 fingers, opposable thumb, but halfway between human and something else. That night they vocalized for the first time outside my window. Not animal sounds, attempts at speech. They're learning from us while we refuse to learn about them. Armed with this research, I returned to Blackwater with a new perspective. I wasn't dealing with a paranormal phenomenon or a cryptid from horror stories. These were intelligent, flesh and blood beings that had evolved alongside humans, but chosen isolation over integration. That night, I sat on my cabin porch and tried something unprecedented. I knocked on the wooden railing 3 times, pause 3 times, mimicking the pattern I'd heard in the forest. The silence that followed was expectant rather than empty. From the darkness beyond my porch light came an answering pattern. 3 knocks, then 2, then 4. A correction? An expansion of the vocabulary? I repeated their pattern. 3, 2, 4. Something moved at the forest edge, a massive shadow detaching from the greater darkness. Steam clouded the cool night air as it breathed. I could make out the silhouette clearly now, over 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark fur, standing fully upright with unmistakable intelligence in its posture. We regarded each other across 30 yards of clearing, neither advancing nor retreating. For the first time, I didn't feel fear, only a profound sense of privilege. I was experiencing what naturalists throughout history had sought: contact with an intelligent species that shared our world but existed beyond our understanding. The being raised its hand in that now familiar gesture. I returned it. Then it melted back into the forest as silently as it had appeared. Inside my cabin, I found the horror novel open to a page I hadn't reached yet. A passage was underlined in graphite. They have watched us build cities and wage wars. They have observed our evolution from curiosity to fear. Perhaps they are waiting for us to become something better before revealing themselves fully. Perhaps the watchers are also waiting to be seen. Below, in the same jagged handwriting as the front cover note, someone had written, "Communication has already begun. Are we wise enough to listen?" 3 months into my assignment at Blackwater, the delicate balance I'd established with the forest's hidden inhabitants was shattered by human ignorance. A group of self-proclaimed Bigfoot hunters arrived in my sector, armed with thermal cameras, recording equipment, and an alarming array of weapons. Their leader, a former military man named Garrett, spoke of finally getting proof in terms that made my skin crawl. "We've tracked one to this region," he informed me at the ranger station while filing their backcountry permit. "This time we're bringing back more than just footprint casts." The implied violence in his statement alarmed me, but I had no legal grounds to deny their permit. Instead, I assigned them to a sector far from where I'd documented most activity. Garrett's expression told me he wasn't fooled. "We've done our research, Ranger," he said quietly. "We know about Devil's Pocket. We know about the increase in reported sightings under your watch." That night, I found my storage shed broken into, the filing cabinet containing my unofficial documentation pried open, my journals and photographs missing. The Bigfoot hunters had already departed for the backcountry, ignoring their assigned camping area. I radioed headquarters requesting backup, citing armed trespassers heading toward environmentally sensitive areas. The response was frustratingly bureaucratic. "Monitor, but don't engage alone. Backup will arrive tomorrow morning." By then, I feared it would be too late. I set out at dusk, following well-worn game trails that I now recognized as something else entirely, pathways used by the forest's hidden inhabitants for generations. The familiar knocking communications that usually echoed through the trees at twilight were ominously absent. The forest felt like a held breath, tense with anticipation. Near midnight, I spotted the hunters' camp in a clearing they'd hacked from pristine undergrowth. Their equipment was sophisticated motion sensors, thermal cameras, even what appeared to be large traps baited with food. Garrett and 2 companions huddled around a tablet displaying thermal feed from cameras positioned throughout the surrounding forest. "Got movement in Sector 3, one man reported excitedly. "Large heat signature, bipedal." Garrett grabbed a rifle fitted with night vision optics. "Let's go welcome our guest." They moved with practiced efficiency, leaving 1 man at camp. I should have announced myself then, identified as Forest Service, cited them for illegal hunting, confiscated their weapons, standard procedure. But something held me back. An instinct, a certainty that confrontation would only escalate the situation. Instead, I shadowed them as they pursued their thermal reading. They moved deeper into the territory I'd come to recognize as actively inhabited past twisted stick structures that marked boundaries through areas where I'd exchanged gifts with the forest's silent residents. The hunters stopped abruptly when their thermal reading disappeared. "It knows we're here," Garrett whispered. "They're smarter than people think." "Smart enough to stay hidden for centuries," another added nervously. From the darkness came the familiar pattern of knocks, but with an urgency I'd never heard before, warning signals spreading through the forest. One hunter raised his rifle at the sound. "Did you hear that? That's them communicating." Garrett's face in the moonlight showed predatory excitement. "Set up the perimeter charges. Let's drive it toward the ravine trap." I'd seen enough. I stepped from cover, flashlight illuminating my uniform. "Forest Service, lower your weapons immediately." What happened next occurred with disorienting speed. Garrett swung his rifle toward me, startled. His companion shouted a warning. From the forest came a sound I'd never heard before, a roar that contained both rage and fear, emanating from multiple directions simultaneously. The dark tree line erupted with movement, massive shadows converging, branches cracking under powerful strides. Not one creature, but many, moving with coordinated purpose. Garrett fired into the darkness, the muzzle flash temporarily blinding us all. A pained howl answered, neither fully animal nor human. The forest exploded into chaos. I tackled the hunter nearest me as more shots rang out. "Stop shooting," I screamed. "They're not attacking." But the hunter's fear had overwhelmed reason. They fired blindly into shadows as dark figures circled just beyond clear sight. I caught glimpses of powerful forms, moving with shocking speed and coordination, hurting us, not hunting us. A massive shape lunged from darkness, disarming Garrett with a single powerful swipe that sent his rifle spinning into undergrowth. The creature towered over him, 8 feet of muscled power, face more expressive and intelligent than any photograph or film had ever captured. For one frozen moment, human and non-human locked eyes. Then the creature did something unexpected. It spoke. Not words, but a vocalization so deliberately patterned it could only be language. More shapes materialized from the forest, surrounding us completely. Some carried crude but effective tools. Others displayed wounds from previous human encounters. All watched with unsettling intelligence. "Don't move," I told the terrified hunters. "They could have killed us already if they wanted to." The apparent leader, the one who had disarmed Garrett, approached me directly. In the moonlight, I could see streaks of gray in its dark fur, suggesting advanced age. It extended an open hand, palm up. Understanding flowed through me with instinctive clarity. I slowly removed my ranger badge and placed it in the creature's massive palm. It examined the badge, then deliberately returned it to me with a series of soft vocalizations. A younger individual approached, carrying something that it placed at my feet, my stolen journals and photographs, retrieved from the hunter's camp. One by one, the creatures melted back into the forest until only the elder remained. It gestured toward the trail leading out of their territory, a clear command to leave. "We're going," I assured it, gathering the shaken hunters. "No one will be harmed." The creature watched our departure, its eyes reflecting a depth of awareness that fundamentally changed my understanding of what we shared our wilderness with. By dawn, I had escorted the hunters back to the ranger station. Their experience had transformed their bravado into humbled silence. When backup finally arrived, the hunters declined to file any report, claiming they'd merely gotten lost and fired at what they thought was a bear. But Garrett pulled me aside before departing. "It spoke," he whispered. "It recognized your authority. What the hell are they?" I had no simple answer for him. Only the growing certainty that the line between folklore and natural history was far thinner than modern science acknowledged. 1 year has passed since the incident with the hunters. I remained at Blackwater Ridge Station, despite opportunities to transfer, compelled by an unfinished dialogue with the forest's hidden inhabitants. The official reports from that night mention nothing extraordinary, just trespassing hunters creating a disturbance. My unofficial documentation, however, has grown into something that would revolutionize anthropology and biology if ever made public. I've documented consistent patterns of communication through knocks, whistles, and arranged objects. I've photographed structures of increasing complexity, some seemingly ceremonial, others purely functional. Most remarkably, I've recorded vocalizations that linguistic analysis suggests contain grammatical structure and consistent meaning. After the confrontation, something fundamental changed in my relationship with them. The boundaries between observer and observed dissolved into something approaching mutual study. They began leaving more elaborate gifts, carefully arranged botanical specimens, stones with unusual properties, once even a damaged trail camera that had been lost by researchers months earlier. In return, I leave objects that demonstrate human tool use and symbolic thinking, simple mechanical devices, pictures, books. These items always disappear overnight, only to reappear days later, bearing evidence of careful examination. Last week I found something extraordinary on my porch steps, a crude but recognizable drawing etched onto birch bark. It depicted a human figure and a larger, non-human figure standing side by side beneath stylized trees. Between them was a simple representation of my ranger badge. The message seemed clear: recognition of shared territory and authority, a treaty of sorts. Word has spread quietly among the ranger community. Those who've experienced similar encounters now reach out through unofficial channels. We exchange observations, compare experiences, and gradually assemble a more complete picture of a species that has existed alongside humanity for millennia while remaining just beyond our full comprehension. The old horror novel sits on my shelf now, its lurid cover at odds with the complex reality I've come to know. The creatures it portrays as monsters are something far more profound, intelligent beings with their own society, language, and relationship with the wilderness we thought we were protecting. I've come to understand that places like Blackwater Ridge exist in a liminal space, not just geographically, but conceptually. Here, the line between documented reality and folklore blurs until the distinction becomes meaningless. The scientific mind recognizes that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. These beings have perfected the art of existing in that absence. Last night, standing on my porch as twilight painted the ancient forest in deepening shadows, I heard the now familiar pattern of knocks, our established greeting. I responded with the corresponding pattern, feeling the simple joy of communication across species boundaries. From the darkness came a new vocalization, closer to human speech than ever before, a rough approximation of ranger. They've been listening all along, learning, adapting, just as I have. I find myself wondering who's really studying whom in these woods. Perhaps we're both participants in a gradual convergence of understanding that began centuries ago and continues with each knocked greeting, each exchanged object, each moment of mutual recognition. The wilderness has always held secrets. At Blackwater Ridge, I've been granted the rare privilege of glimpsing just one of them, not by conquering or exposing, but by the simple, profound act of acknowledging another intelligence on its own terms. Tonight, as I document these observations by lamplight, the forest beyond my window lives and breathes with presences I once would have dismissed as mythology. The line between scientific observation and something approaching friendship has blurred as completely as the boundary between folklore and biology. I've learned that the most important field notes aren't always written in journals. Sometimes they're etched into our understanding of what it means to share this planet with intelligences both recognized and hidden. The knocking has begun again outside. 3 patterns, then silence. An invitation. I close my journal, don my jacket, and step into the darkness to continue a conversation that challenges everything we thought we knew about wilderness, intelligence, and the creatures with whom we've always shared these ancient forests. In the end, that's what ranger work has always truly been about. Not just preserving wilderness, but understanding our place within it. Here at Blackwater Ridge, that understanding now extends to neighbors we've glimpsed only in folklore and fleeting shadows. Until tonight. The decision to hike alone in the Navajo Highlands wasn't one I made lightly. At 32, I'd completed enough solo expeditions to know both my capabilities and limitations. But something about this particular trip felt different from the moment I parked my weathered Subaru at the trailhead 60 miles from the nearest town. It was mid-October, 2023. The aspens had turned golden, and the morning air carried that crisp scent that only comes with autumn in high-elevation forests. According to my research, this isolated section of wilderness was rarely trafficked due to its remoteness and challenging terrain, perfect for someone seeking solitude after a brutal year working in corporate finance. 3 days out, 2 nights camping, then back to civilization, I mumbled to myself while adjusting my pack. The extra weight of my DSLR camera would be worth it for documenting the trip. The first 6 miles passed uneventfully. I maintained a steady pace, stopping occasionally to photograph peculiar rock formations or unusual flora. Around mid-afternoon, I arrived at a small clearing beside a creek that seemed ideal for setting up camp. As I assembled my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had grown unusually quiet, no birds calling, no squirrels chattering, just the sound of water over rocks and the occasional whisper of wind through pine needles. Getting paranoid already, James? I said aloud, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. I'd read about the local indigenous legends before my trip, stories passed down through generations about entities that could take human form. The ranger station had a pamphlet mentioning these traditions, with the usual warnings about respecting cultural beliefs while hiking through ancestral lands. I dismissed it as interesting folklore, nothing more. After setting up camp, I hiked another mile to a ridge offering panoramic views of the valley. Through my camera's telephoto lens, I scanned the landscape, capturing the dramatic play of light and shadow across the rugged terrain. That's when I noticed something odd, what appeared to be smoke rising from a location deep in the forest where no trails existed. Too thin to be a forest fire, it resembled a campfire's smoke. I checked my topographic map. The area was at least 10 miles from any marked trail or road. Perhaps another hiker had ventured off-trail, or maybe local hunters. As the sun began its descent, I returned to camp and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated stew. The peculiar silence persisted. No nocturnal animals began their evening chorus, no owls, no insects. Just unnatural stillness punctuated by the occasional crack of a branch somewhere in the darkness beyond my campfire's glow. I've spent enough nights in the wilderness to know this wasn't normal. Something had disturbed the natural order here. Sleep came fitfully that night. Each time I drifted off, some small sound would jolt me awake. The snap of a twig, the whisper of movement outside my tent. Once I swore I heard what sounded like breathing, close enough that whatever made it stood just beyond the thin nylon wall near my head. When I finally unzipped my tent at first light, I found something that made my stomach contract. A series of tracks circled my campsite, not animal prints, at least not entirely. They resembled a mix between human footprints and something else, with elongated toe marks and unusual depth patterns. They approached from the forest, circled my tent multiple times, then disappeared back into the undergrowth. I'd traveled enough in remote areas to recognize most North American wildlife tracks. These matched nothing I'd ever seen. Morning brought no relief from the oppressive silence. No birdsong greeted the dawn, just the same heavy absence of natural sound that had settled over the forest the previous evening. I heated water for coffee and oatmeal, trying to convince myself the strange tracks had a logical explanation. Perhaps someone playing a prank. But who would venture this far into the wilderness just to scare a random hiker? After breakfast, I packed my day supplies and decided to continue to my planned destination, a secluded lake another 5 miles along the trail. The walking helped settle my nerves, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Every few minutes I'd stop and scan the forest behind me, seeing nothing but still catching glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision. Around noon I reached a small stream crossing. As I carefully navigated the slippery rocks, something caught my eye. A crude arrangement of sticks on the opposite bank. 3 sticks formed a triangular shape, with smaller twigs inside, positioned in a pattern that couldn't have occurred naturally. It reminded me of something I'd read about territorial markers, though not from any hunting tradition I recognized. As I photographed the arrangement, goosebumps rose on my arms despite the afternoon warmth. I glanced up and froze. Across the stream, partially hidden behind a large pine, stood a figure. The distance and shadows made details difficult to discern, but the silhouette appeared human-sized, yet somehow wrong in its proportions. Limbs slightly too long, head oddly shaped. Before I could focus my camera, the figure stepped back and melted into the forest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. "I mean no harm. Are you okay?" No response came except the gentle gurgle of the stream. I debated turning back then, abandoning my planned route and returning to my car. But something, curiosity, stubbornness, or perhaps a misguided sense of adventure, pushed me forward. I convinced myself I'd seen another hiker, perhaps someone from one of the nearby reservations, checking on ancestral sites. The lake, when I reached it 2 hours later, was breathtaking, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding peaks and cloudless sky. Under different circumstances, I would have spent hours photographing it from various angles. Instead, I quickly set up my tent in a protected spot with good visibility, gathered firewood while daylight remained, and prepared myself for another night. As darkness fell, I built a larger-than-necessary fire, finding comfort in its crackling warmth. The sun had just disappeared behind the mountains when I heard it, a sound that stopped my breath. From across the lake came a cry, not quite human, not quite animal. It began as something resembling a coyote's howl, but morphed halfway through into something that approximated human vocalization. A sound trying to be human but missing crucial elements. The result was profoundly disturbing, like audio from the uncanny valley. I fumbled for my phone, initially hoping to record the sound before remembering I had had no service since beginning my hike. Still, I activated the voice memo function just as the cry came again, longer this time, echoing across the water. While listening to the recording afterward, I noticed something I'd missed in real time. Beneath the primary sound was another layer, almost like words in a language I couldn't identify, spoken in a raspy whisper. Sleep was impossible that night. I maintained the fire until my wood supply dwindled, then retreated to my tent with my hunting knife close at hand. Around 3 a.m., footsteps circled my campsite, slow, deliberate steps that paused occasionally as if their owner was studying my tent. Then came the scratching light at first, then more insistent against the tent's rainfly. 3 distinct scratches. A pause, then 3 more. "Who's there?" I called, my voice stronger than I felt. The scratching stopped immediately. What followed was worse, the sound of something breathing, heavy and irregular, just inches from where I lay, paralyzed in my sleeping bag. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When the first gray light filtered through the tent fabric, I unzipped the door with trembling hands. The area around my campsite showed signs of visitation, broken branches, disturbed earth, and most disturbingly, my backpack had been moved from where I'd secured it to a tree branch about 30 yards into the forest. Nothing was missing, but the contents had been methodically removed and arranged in a semicircle, my food in one pile, clothes in another, maps and electronics in a third. The organization suggested intelligence, not the random scattering an animal would leave. I quickly repacked, skipped breakfast, and decided to abort my trip. 3 more days in these woods suddenly seemed unthinkable. I plotted the quickest route back to my car, not the way I'd come, but a more direct path that would cut my return journey to a single day of hard hiking. The new route took me through denser forest where the trail occasionally disappeared into undergrowth, forcing me to rely on my compass and map. Around mid-morning, I found the first marker, a small animal skull placed precisely in the middle of the trail, facing the direction I'd come from. 20 minutes later, another, this time a rabbit carcass, fresh enough that flies still swarmed around it, split open with its organs arranged in a pattern I refused to study closely. These weren't random animal remains. They were placed deliberately, recently, by someone tracking my movements with enough precision to stay ahead of me while predicting my chosen route. The logical part of my brain cycled through possible explanations. A disturbed individual living off-grid, hunters playing sick games with a solo hiker, even park rangers testing my reaction for some incomprehensible reason. None seemed plausible, given the remoteness of my location. By noon, the markers appeared with increasing frequency, more stick arrangements, stones in circular patterns, and once, most unnervingly, a perfect imprint in mud that resembled a human hand with impossibly elongated fingers. I abandoned stealth and began moving as quickly as the terrain allowed, no longer stopping for water or rest. The sense of pursuit intensified with each passing hour. Twice I caught clear glimpses of movement paralleling my route through the trees, a figure maintaining my pace, but staying just far enough away to remain indistinct. At one point I stopped abruptly and raised my camera with its telephoto lens. Through the viewfinder, I caught a fleeting image of what appeared to be a person, but wrong somehow. The proportions distorted, the movement unnaturally fluid. Before I could focus properly, It ducked behind a large boulder. The photograph, which I examined while walking, showed only a blur of motion, but the outline was distinctly humanoid. I deleted it immediately, suddenly afraid of what closer examination might reveal. Around 3 p.m., I reached a small clearing and paused to check my position. According to my map, I'd covered nearly 12 miles, with perhaps 6 more to go before reaching my car. If I maintained my pace, I might make it before complete darkness. That's when I found the camera. It lay in the center of the clearing, my expensive DSLR that I was certain remained secured in my backpack. Yet here it was, lens broken, body scratched as if by claws. I frantically checked my pack. The camera was indeed missing, though I had no memory of dropping it or having it taken. With shaking hands, I turned on the damaged device and accessed the memory card. The most recent images weren't mine. Dozens of photos taken from positions surrounding my campsites over the past 2 nights. Shots of me sleeping, of me cooking, of me changing clothes. The final image showed me from directly above, asleep in my tent with the rainfly mysteriously absent, though I knew I'd secured it before sleeping. The implications were clear. Whatever was stalking me had been much closer than I realized, and for much longer. I dropped the camera and ran. Running in panic through unfamiliar wilderness is precisely what survival experts advise against. Yet fear had overridden my training. After 10 minutes of crashing through underbrush, I forced myself to stop, gasping for breath beside a fallen pine. The forest had changed character. The relatively open woodland had given way to densely packed trees, growing so closely together that in places their trunks almost touched. The ground between them was carpeted with a thick layer of pine needles that deadened sound and showed no obvious trail. I checked my compass with trembling hands. In my blind panic, I'd veered nearly 45 degrees off course. I corrected my bearing and continued at a more controlled pace, fighting the urge to look behind me every few seconds. The afternoon light had begun to fade, filtered through the canopy into an eerie green twilight. I calculated 4 hours of daylight remained, barely enough to reach my vehicle if I maintained a brisk pace without further detours. 30 minutes later, I found myself at the edge of a ravine not marked on my map. It cut across my path like a scar in the earth, perhaps 20 feet deep with steep sides of loose shale. At the bottom ran a narrow stream. Checking my GPS coordinates confirmed my worst fear. I had somehow gotten turned around despite following my compass. Instead of moving toward the trailhead, I'd been traveling parallel to my original route, deeper into the wilderness. As I recalculated my position, a sound rose from the forest behind me. That same, not quite human cry I'd heard the previous night, but closer now. Much closer. It was answered by another from somewhere to my right, then a third from my left. The implications chilled me. Not one stalker, but multiple, or something fast enough to create the illusion of multiple presences. Either possibility was terrifying. I scrambled down the ravine's steep slope, sending small avalanches of loose rock ahead of me. The descent ended in a painful slide that left my hands bloody and my pants torn, but I reached the bottom intact. The stream was shallow enough to wade through, the cold water shocking against my overheated skin. As I climbed the opposite side, I glanced back. 3 figures stood at different points along the ridge I'd just descended. The distance and fading light obscured details, but their silhouettes were unmistakably humanoid, yet wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. They made no attempt to follow as I crested the opposite ridge. Instead, they remained perfectly still, watching. The message was clear. They could have caught me if they wanted. This was not pursuit, but a game. I pushed on as darkness settled over the forest. Using my headlamp now seemed dangerous, like painting a target on myself. But navigating without light would be impossible. I compromised by using it sparingly, turning it on just long enough to check my direction before continuing in darkness. Around 8 p.m., I reached a small rock outcropping that offered some protection at my back. Exhaustion forced me to stop despite the dangers. I couldn't risk a fire, so I huddled against the stone, wrapped in my emergency thermal blanket, knife in hand. The sounds began shortly after midnight movement in the forest around my position. Not the normal nocturnal rustlings of wildlife, but deliberate, coordinated activity. Something larger than a squirrel or raccoon was circling my location, maintaining a consistent distance of about 50 yards. Then came the mimicry. "Hello? Is anyone there?" My own voice called from the darkness to my left. I froze, knife clutched so tightly my knuckles whitened. "I mean no harm." The same phrase I'd called out earlier in the day, repeated in a perfect imitation of my voice, but with subtle wrongness in the inflection. From another direction came a different snippet of my speech. "Getting paranoid already, James?" Exactly as I'd said it to myself on the first day. The implications were staggering. Whatever stalked me had been present from the beginning, close enough to hear even my quiet self-talk. And it could reproduce human speech with terrifying accuracy. I pressed myself against the rock face, fighting the urge to respond. The mimicry continued for nearly an hour, fragments of sentences I'd spoken over the past 2 days, repeated in increasingly distorted versions of my voice until they devolved into something barely recognizable as human speech. Then came sounds I hadn't made. A child's laugh, a woman's scream, a man's desperate sobbing. Each more disturbing than the last. Each somehow fundamentally wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, the forest finally fell silent. I remained motionless until true daylight penetrated the canopy, then gathered my few belongings with numb fingers. I was no longer lost, I was being herded. The morning brought no comfort. Heavy mist clung to the forest floor, limiting visibility to 20 feet in any direction. I moved cautiously, checking my compass every few minutes, determined to maintain a straight course toward the trailhead, no matter what obstacles appeared. The forest had changed again overnight. The trees here were older, massive trunks rising like columns into the mist. Few undergrowth plants survived in the permanent twilight beneath their canopy, leaving the ground strangely open and carpeted with a thick layer of moss that muffled my footsteps. I hadn't eaten since the previous morning, and thirst clawed at my throat. My water bottle contained less than an inch of liquid, and I'd seen no streams since crossing the ravine. According to my increasingly unreliable mental map, I should have intersected the main trail hours ago. Around mid-morning, the mist began to thin, revealing what appeared to be a structure ahead, a cabin or small hunting shelter partially obscured by foliage. I approached cautiously, desperate for shelter but wary of what might await. It was indeed a cabin, though far older than I initially thought. The log walls had weathered to silver gray, and part of the roof had collapsed inward. The small porch sagged dangerously, and the single window was boarded from the inside. No smoke rose from the stone chimney. Logic dictated caution, but thirst and exhaustion overrode my better judgment. After circling the structure and finding no signs of recent habitation, I approached the door. It hung partially open on rusted hinges, revealing a darkness beyond that my eyes couldn't penetrate. "Hello?" I called, then immediately regretted making noise. No response came from within. The interior was a single room, perhaps 15 feet square. A cast-iron stove sat in one corner, its pipe rising through the intact portion of the roof. A crude wooden table stood in the center, and against the far wall was a metal-framed cot with a mildewed mattress. The floor was bare earth, packed hard by years of use. Most importantly, a metal bucket sat beneath a crude hand pump near the stove. I worked the pump handle, which resisted at first, then yielded with a screech of protesting metal. After several pumps, rusty water sputtered out, eventually running clearer. I filled my bottle and drank deeply, ignoring the metallic taste. The cabin's appearance suggested abandonment years ago, but certain details contradicted this assessment. No dust covered the table's surface. The chimney, visible from inside, contained ash that couldn't be more than a few weeks old. And scratched into the wall beside the cot was a series of tally marks, 47 vertical lines with the 48th crossed through horizontally. As I examined these markings, my gaze fell on something half hidden beneath the cot, a composition notebook with a black and white marbled cover. I pulled it out and opened to the first page. The handwriting was jagged and irregular, pressing so deeply into the paper that some letters punctured through to the next page. Day 1. Got turned around after leaving the main trail. Found this cabin just before dark. Will wait until morning to get my bearings. I flipped through the pages. The entries continued for weeks, documenting a hiker's deteriorating mental state as they became convinced something was stalking them through the forest. The descriptions matched my experiences with disturbing accuracy. The stick arrangements, the mimicry, the strange tracks. The final entry, dated just 3 weeks earlier, read simply, "They're not trying to kill me. They're trying to change me." The implication struck me with physical force. I wasn't the first to be led here. This cabin wasn't sanctuary. It was a trap. I shoved the notebook into my pack and turned to leave, only to find the doorway occupied by a figure. Backlit by the gray daylight outside, I couldn't make out details, but the silhouette was unmistakably humanoid, yet wrong. Too tall for the doorframe, forcing it to stoop unnaturally. The proportions weren't right. Limbs too long, joints bending at impossible angles. I backed away until I hit the wall, unable to speak or scream. The figure remained motionless in the doorway, blocking my only exit. Then it spoke, not in mimicry of my voice, but in a raspy whisper that seemed to contain multiple tones simultaneously. 49 days, it said. That's how long it takes. I closed my eyes for just a moment, overwhelmed by terror. When I opened them, the doorway was empty. I bolted outside, running blindly into the forest without direction or plan. The mist had thickened again, enveloping everything in white silence. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the moss-covered ground, lungs burning. When I finally caught my breath and checked my compass, the impossible truth became clear. Despite running in what I was certain was a straight line, I had somehow circled back. Through the mist, I could make out the dark shape of the cabin less than 50 yards away. Night fell with unnatural swiftness, as if the forest itself had swallowed the remaining daylight. I found myself unable to move far from the cabin despite multiple attempts. Each time I struck out in a different direction, walking in what my compass assured me was a straight line, I would eventually glimpse the cabin's dark silhouette through the trees ahead. The GPS on my phone showed coordinates that jumped erratically, sometimes placing me miles from my actual location before settling back to a position near the cabin. The device's battery indicator fluctuated wildly before finally dying despite having shown 60% charge moments earlier. With no other options, I returned to the cabin as true darkness enveloped the forest. I barricaded the door with a heavy table and positioned myself in the corner with the best view of both the door and the single window. Sleep was unthinkable. Around midnight, the sounds began. Movement on the cabin's roof, scratching at the walls, and the low murmur of voices speaking in what might have been a language but contained sounds no human vocal cords could produce. Something heavy dragged itself across the roof beams. Dust and debris filtered down through the partially collapsed ceiling. The temperature inside the cabin plummeted until my breath fogged in front of my face. The scratching at the walls intensified, moving systematically around the perimeter until it reached the boarded window. There it paused before becoming a deliberate tapping. 3 distinct knocks, pause, 3 more. Against every instinct I spoke. "What do you want from me?" The tapping stopped immediately. Silence held for nearly a minute before a voice responded, not from outside but seemingly from the very walls themselves. "To become," it said, using my own voice yet subtly wrong. "To change." "I don't understand," I whispered. 49 days, came the response, this time in the raspy, multi-toned whisper I'd heard earlier. "The hunger changes you. The isolation changes you. The forest changes you. Until you can walk between worlds." The implication slowly crystallized in my mind. The notebook, the tally marks. The previous visitor hadn't escaped after 48 days. They had transformed. "You're human," I said, the realization dawning with horrifying clarity. Or you were. The silence that followed seemed confirmation enough. Then came sounds from all around the cabin. Not just one voice, but many, a chorus of whispers so quiet I had to strain to hear. The old ones called us skinwalkers, but that name is incomplete. We are the in-between, neither fully human nor fully other. And once you begin the change, it cannot be stopped. The barricaded door began to shake as something pressed against it from outside. The heavy table scraped inches across the dirt floor despite my weight braced against it. Through gaps in the boards covering the window, I glimpsed movement-elongated fingers with too many joints prying at the wood. In that moment of pure terror, my mind achieved a clarity that had eluded me for days. I wasn't randomly selected. The skinwalkers hadn't found me by chance. They had lured me, studied me, identified me as suitable. Perhaps through my online research before the trip, my interest in local legends, or some criteria I couldn't fathom. But Garrett pulled me aside before departing. "It spoke," he whispered. "It recognized your authority. What the hell are they?" I had no simple answer for him. Only the growing certainty that the line between folklore and natural history was far thinner than modern science acknowledged. 1 year has passed since the incident with the hunters. I remained at Blackwater Ridge Station, despite opportunities to transfer, compelled by an unfinished dialogue with the forest's hidden inhabitants. The official reports from that night mention nothing extraordinary, just trespassing hunters creating a disturbance. My unofficial documentation, however, has grown into something that would revolutionize anthropology and biology if ever made public. I've documented consistent patterns of communication through knocks, whistles, and arranged objects. I've photographed structures of increasing complexity, some seemingly ceremonial, others purely functional. Most remarkably, I've recorded vocalizations that linguistic analysis suggests contain grammatical structure and consistent meaning. After the confrontation, something fundamental changed in my relationship with them. The boundaries between observer and observed dissolved into something approaching mutual study. They began leaving more elaborate gifts, carefully arranged botanical specimens, stones with unusual properties, once even a damaged trail camera that had been lost by researchers months earlier. In return, I leave objects that demonstrate human tool use and symbolic thinking, simple mechanical devices, pictures, books. These items always disappear overnight, only to reappear days later, bearing evidence of careful examination. Last week I found something extraordinary on my porch steps, a crude but recognizable drawing etched onto birch bark. It depicted a human figure and a larger, non-human figure standing side by side beneath stylized trees. Between them was a simple representation of my ranger badge. The message seemed clear: recognition of shared territory and authority, a treaty of sorts. Word has spread quietly among the ranger community. Those who've experienced similar encounters now reach out through unofficial channels. We exchange observations, compare experiences, and gradually assemble a more complete picture of a species that has existed alongside humanity for millennia while remaining just beyond our full comprehension. The old horror novel sits on my shelf now, its lurid cover at odds with the complex reality I've come to know. The creatures it portrays as monsters are something far more profound, intelligent beings with their own society, language, and relationship with the wilderness we thought we were protecting. I've come to understand that places like Blackwater Ridge exist in a liminal space, not just geographically, but conceptually. Here, the line between documented reality and folklore blurs until the distinction becomes meaningless. The scientific mind recognizes that absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. These beings have perfected the art of existing in that absence. Last night, standing on my porch as twilight painted the ancient forest in deepening shadows, I heard the now familiar pattern of knocks, our established greeting. I responded with the corresponding pattern, feeling the simple joy of communication across species boundaries. From the darkness came a new vocalization, closer to human speech than ever before, a rough approximation of ranger, They've been listening all along, learning, adapting, just as I have. I find myself wondering who's really studying whom in these woods. Perhaps we're both participants in a gradual convergence of understanding that began centuries ago and continues with each knocked greeting, each exchanged object, each moment of mutual recognition. The wilderness has always held secrets. At Blackwater Ridge, I've been granted the rare privilege of glimpsing just one of them, not by conquering or exposing, but by the simple, profound act of acknowledging another intelligence on its own terms. Tonight, as I document these observations by lamplight, the forest beyond my window lives and breathes with presences I once would have dismissed as mythology. The line between scientific observation and something approaching friendship has blurred as completely as the boundary between folklore and biology. I've learned that the most important field notes aren't always written in journals. Sometimes they're etched into our understanding of what it means to share this planet with intelligences both recognized and hidden. The knocking has begun again outside. 3 patterns, then silence. An invitation. I close my journal, don my jacket, and step into the darkness to continue a conversation that challenges everything we thought we knew about wilderness, intelligence, and the creatures with whom we've always shared these ancient forests. In the end, that's what ranger work has always truly been about. Not just preserving wilderness, but understanding our place within it. Here at Blackwater Ridge, that understanding now extends to neighbors we've glimpsed only in folklore and fleeting shadows. Until tonight. It was October 17th, 2024, when my life took an unexpected turn. At 34, I had grown accustomed to the peaceful solitude of my 2-bedroom house on Maple Street. The neighborhood had always been a sanctuary of predictability, families with young children, retirees tending meticulously to their gardens, and the occasional dog walker passing by my window. I'd lived here for nearly 3 years, working remotely as a data analyst, which meant my human interactions were largely limited to video calls and the occasional grocery run. That Thursday night began like any other. The autumn wind whispered through the trees outside, creating dancing shadows across my living room walls. I had just finished a late dinner, leftover pasta from the night before, and was contemplating whether to start a new episode of the crime documentary I'd been watching or simply call it a night. The digital clock on my microwave read 11:42 p.m. My eyelids grew heavy as fatigue from a long day of staring at spreadsheets began to settle in. I rinsed my plate, placed it in the dishwasher, and turned off the kitchen light. The house creaked as it often did, an ordinary sound that had become as familiar as my own breathing. I checked my phone one last time, scrolling mindlessly through social media posts I didn't care about, a habit I'd been trying to break. My bedroom waited at the end of the hallway, door slightly ajar, darkness beckoning me toward the promise of rest. As I stood up from the couch, stretching my arms above my head, I heard it. The sound that would mark the beginning of my ordeal. 3 distinct knocks on my front door. The knocks were neither hurried nor particularly forceful, just 3 evenly spaced raps that seemed to reverberate through the quiet house. I froze mid-stretch, arms still raised, heart suddenly picking up pace. Who would be at my door at nearly midnight on a Thursday? I lowered my arms slowly and glanced toward the front entrance. The curtains were drawn across all windows, a habit I'd developed since moving in. Privacy had always been important to me, perhaps excessively so. The knocking did not repeat, which somehow made it more unsettling rather than less. "Just a minute," I called out, though my voice sounded foreign to my own ears. I approached the door cautiously, each step on the hardwood floor feeling abnormally loud. The distance from my couch to the entrance wasn't more than 15 feet, but it felt like crossing an endless expanse. When I reached the door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the deadbolt. A thought flashed through my mind. I should check who it is first. The peephole offered a distorted fisheye view of my front porch. The yellow porch light illuminated the concrete steps, the small potted plant I'd placed there months ago and had somehow managed to keep alive, and nothing else. No person waited outside. The walkway leading to the street was empty. Confusion replaced fear momentarily. Had I imagined the knocking? No, it had been too distinct, too deliberate. Perhaps they had walked away already. But why knock and leave? I turned the deadbolt and opened the door just enough to peer out. Cool night air rushed in, carrying the scent of wet leaves and distant wood smoke. My eyes scanned left and right, but the darkness beyond my porch light revealed nothing unusual. I opened the door wider and stepped onto the porch, the concrete cold against my sock-covered feet. That's when I saw it. A white envelope resting precisely in the center of my welcome mat. It was unremarkable in appearance, the kind available at any office supply store. No name, no address, no identifying marks of any kind adorned its surface. I reached down and picked it up. It was lightweight, containing what felt like a single sheet of paper. The flap wasn't sealed, merely tucked in. I looked around once more, squinting into the darkness beyond my property line. The street was quiet. Not even the occasional passing car disturbed the stillness. With the envelope in hand, I retreated inside, locking the door behind me, deadbolt, chain, and the additional slide lock I had installed shortly after moving in. Security had always brought me comfort. Sitting at my kitchen table, I stared at the envelope for several long moments. The paper felt ordinary between my fingers, yet its presence was anything but. Finally, I worked up the courage to open it, extracting a single sheet of paper folded in thirds. The handwriting that greeted me was jagged and irregular, as if written in great haste or by someone whose hands were shaking uncontrollably. Some words were pressed so deeply into the paper that they had nearly torn through, while others were faint, barely visible. "Dear Mr. Thomas," it began, using my name with an unsettling familiarity. "I've been watching you for quite some time now. I know your schedule. I know when you leave for groceries on Saturday mornings at 9:30. I know you order takeout every Tuesday and Thursday night. I know which light you turn off last before going to bed." My heart hammered against my ribcage as I continued reading. "I know you live alone. No one would hear if you screamed. No one would notice if you vanished. You should be more cautious about your surroundings. You never know who might be watching. You never know who might be waiting. Consider this your only warning." The letter was unsigned. I read it 3 times, each reading more distressing than the last. Certain phrases were nearly illegible, the writing deteriorating into unintelligible scrawls toward the end, as if the author had grown increasingly agitated while writing. The paper trembled in my hands as I set it down on the table. My mouth had gone dry and I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. This wasn't a prank. The specifics about my routine were too accurate, too personal. I moved through my house methodically, checking every window, ensuring each was locked. I pulled the curtains tighter, eliminating even the smallest gap that might allow someone to peer in. The routine should have calmed me, but instead, it heightened my awareness of how vulnerable I truly was. My phone sat on the kitchen counter. I should call the police, I thought. But what would I tell them? That someone left a threatening note? That someone knew my habits? They would take a report, perhaps even send an officer to drive by. But what then? The damage had been done. Someone was watching me. I picked up the letter again, studying it for any clue I might have missed. The paper was ordinary printer paper. The ink appeared to be from a standard ballpoint pen. Nothing distinctive that might reveal the author's identity. The wind accelerated with alarming speed. Within an hour, it howled through the canopy with such force that the entire forest seemed to groan in protest. We retreated to our tent, abandoning the fire pit to the mercy of the elements. Inside, we arranged our sleeping bags and settled in for what promised to be a tumultuous night. "I've never heard wind like this," Julia said, her voice barely audible above the roar outside. "It sounds deliberate." I knew exactly what she meant. There was a rhythmic quality to the gusts, almost like breathing. Inhale, exhale, pause, repeat. Each cycle grew more intense than the last. "It's just the way it's channeling through the ridge," I explained, though I wasn't convinced by my own reasoning. "Wind can create strange acoustic effects in forests." Julia nodded, but pulled her sleeping bag tighter around her shoulders. We lay side by side, listening to the escalating tempest. The tent fabric flapped violently, and our aluminum poles flexed to dangerous limits. Rain began to fall, first as scattered drops, then as a torrential downpour that drummed against the rain fly with machine gun intensity. At approximately 11:30 p.m., the first tree fell. The crack reverberated through the ground beneath us, a deep, splintering sound followed by a tremendous crash that shook the earth. Julia grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "That was close," she whispered. "Too close," I agreed, fumbling for my flashlight. The storm's ferocity increased with each passing minute. Wind gusts bent our tent almost flat against the ground before releasing it to spring back into shape. The rain transformed into hail, pelting our shelter with ice pellets that sounded like thrown gravel. Beneath this cacophony of natural forces, another sound emerged, something distinctly out of place. Methodical, deliberate footsteps circling our tent. At first, I thought it might be fallen branches rolling across the ground, pushed by the wind, but the pattern was too consistent, too intentional. "Do you hear that?" Julia whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light of our lantern. I nodded, placing a finger to my lips. The footsteps paused directly outside our tent door. For several heart-stopping seconds, nothing moved. Then, slowly, a shadow fell across the fabric, the distinct silhouette of something standing just inches away. Julia stifled a gasp, and I instinctively positioned myself between her and the tent entrance. We remained frozen, barely breathing, as the shadow lingered. The lantern flickered, threatening to extinguish and plunge us into complete darkness. Another tree crashed nearby, and the shadow vanished. The footsteps resumed, circling once more before fading into the storm's chaos. Neither of us spoke. Words seemed inadequate for what we'd just witnessed. Throughout the night, trees continued to fall. Each thunderous crash brought fresh adrenaline surging through my veins. Sleep became impossible. We sat huddled together, counting the seconds between lightning flashes and thunder booms, tracking the storm's progression. Around 3 a.m., the wind ceased with such abruptness that the sudden silence felt more alarming than the preceding hours of tumult. The rain tapered to a gentle patter, and the forest grew unnaturally still once more. "Is it over?" Julia asked, her voice hoarse from tension. "I think so," I replied, though uncertainty colored my words. We waited another hour before daring to peek outside. Dawn approached, casting a grayish light over a landscape transformed by destruction. Fallen trees lay scattered around our clearing like massive pickup sticks. Branches, leaves, and pine needles carpeted the ground. Somehow, miraculously, our tent had survived intact, protected by the very rock formation that had initially attracted us to the site. As Julia surveyed the damage, I walked the perimeter of our camp, ostensibly checking for hazards, but actually searching for evidence of our nighttime visitor. The rain had washed away most surface marks, but near a particularly dense thicket, I found what I was looking for, a set of fresh impressions in the mud. They matched the pattern I'd seen and covered up the previous evening, only these were deeper, more clearly defined. They weren't human footprints. Of that, I was certain. The shape was wrong, too elongated, with unusual spacing between what might have been toes. Yet they weren't clearly identifiable as any animal I recognized either. They led away from our camp, disappearing into the underbrush. I photographed them with my phone before rejoining Julia. She was already packing up our gear, her movements quick and efficient. "We need to get out of here," she said without looking up, "before anything else happens." I couldn't have agreed more. We dismantled our camp in record time, stuffing equipment haphazardly into our packs with little regard for organization. Every few minutes I'd scan the tree line, half expecting to glimpse whatever had stalked our tent during the night. The hike back to our vehicle proved challenging. Fallen trees blocked the trail in several places, forcing us to create detours through dense undergrowth. By the time we reached the parking area, our clothes were soaked with sweat and caked with mud. The pickup truck we'd noticed upon arrival was gone. As we drove away from Black Ridge Forest, neither of us spoke about what we'd experienced. It wasn't until we crossed back into cell service range that Julia finally broke the silence. "I don't want to go back there," she said simply. "Ever." I nodded, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "We won't." But even as I made that promise, something gnawed at me, a morbid curiosity about what exactly had transpired in those woods. What had circled our tent with such deliberate purpose? What had created those strange tracks? And why did I feel, with unsettling certainty, that our experience was somehow incomplete, merely the opening chapter of a longer, darker narrative? For 6 months following the Blackridge incident, I avoided camping altogether. Julia and I never discussed the details of that night, though I often caught her staring into space, her thoughts clearly back in those woods. The photos I'd taken of the strange footprints remained on my phone, untouched and unshared. Spring arrived with its promise of renewal, melting away the winter snow and my lingering apprehension. The call of the wilderness grew stronger with each passing day, until I could no longer resist its pull. But I knew Julia wouldn't join me, not after what we'd experienced. Instead, I reached out to my longtime friend Wesley, an experienced outdoorsman who'd spent years as a forest ranger before transitioning to environmental consulting. "Been too long since we've hit the trails," I said during our phone conversation, carefully omitting any mention of Blackridge. "Agreed," Wesley replied enthusiastically. "Any particular destination in mind?" I hesitated, then suggested Pinecrest Valley, a lesser-known area, approximately 4 hours west of our hometown. According to online forums, it featured several primitive campsites accessible only by four-wheel drive vehicles, perfect for those seeking genuine isolation. Wesley agreed to the plan, and we set a date for mid-May 2023. I told Julia it would be a straightforward weekend trip, nothing adventurous. She nodded absently, her focus on grading final exams, but I detected relief in her eyes at not being invited along. The designated weekend arrived with clear skies and moderate temperatures. Wesley and I loaded his rugged Jeep Wrangler with enough supplies for 3 days, including emergency equipment that far exceeded typical requirements. I'd become paranoid about preparedness since Blackridge. "Planning for the apocalypse?" Wesley joked, eyeing my extensive first aid kit and satellite messenger device. "Just being thorough," I replied with a forced smile. We departed early Saturday morning, reaching the outskirts of Pinecrest Valley by midday. The final approach required navigating an increasingly deteriorated service road that hadn't seen maintenance in years. Wesley navigated the obstacles with practiced skill, guiding the Jeep over washed-out sections and around fallen debris. "Almost there," he announced after an hour of careful driving. "Should be a clearing just ahead, according to the map." Sure enough, the trees parted to reveal a small meadow bordered by towering firs and a rocky outcropping. The remnants of an old campground were visible: 2 weathered picnic tables, a dented metal fire ring, and the dilapidated structures Wesley and I would later identify as outhouses. "Perfect," I said, surveying the area. "Doesn't look like anyone's been here in ages." Wesley nodded in agreement as he parked the Jeep. That's the beauty of these forgotten spots. No weekend warriors, no RVs, no noise. We unloaded our gear and began establishing camp. The afternoon passed pleasantly enough, with Wesley collecting firewood while I set up our tents on opposite sides of the clearing. The weather remained cooperative, with only the occasional cloud drifting across the otherwise blue sky. As evening approached, Wesley suggested exploring our immediate surroundings before darkness fell. We followed a faint trail that led from the clearing toward what sounded like running water. After about 15 minutes of hiking, we discovered a small stream cascading over moss-covered rocks, the perfect source for filtered drinking water. "This place is pristine," Wesley remarked, filling his water bottle. "Hard to believe it's been abandoned." I murmured agreement while scanning the forest around us. Unlike at Blackridge, nothing felt overtly threatening here. The birds sang normally, small animals rustled in the underbrush, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine resin. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, something felt slightly off-kilter, a subtle wrongness I couldn't precisely define. We returned to camp as dusk descended, building a modest fire and preparing a dinner of grilled sausages and instant potatoes. Wesley shared stories from his ranger days, including encounters with bears, lost hikers, and the occasional marijuana operation hidden deep in protected forests. "People underestimate how vast these wilderness areas truly are," he said, poking at the fire with a stick. "You could hide almost anything out here, and chances are it would never be found." The comment sent an involuntary shiver down my back. "Speaking of hidden things," I said, attempting to sound casual, "I need to use the facilities. Which outhouse did you check earlier? Wesley gestured toward the structures at the far edge of the clearing. I used the one on the right. The left one seemed a bit sketchy, door barely hanging on its hinges. I nodded and grabbed my flashlight, making my way across the darkened campsite toward the outhouses. They were typical backcountry constructions, simple wooden boxes perched over deep pits, with rudimentary doors for privacy. The right-hand structure, as Wesley had indicated, appeared marginally more stable than its companion. After finishing my business, curiosity drew me toward the left outhouse. Something about Wesley's casual dismissal of it as sketchy piqued my interest. I approached cautiously, playing my flashlight beam across its weathered exterior. The door hung at an awkward angle, one hinge completely separated from the frame. I hesitated, then pulled the door open with a protesting creak. The smell that greeted me wasn't the expected outhouse stench, but something mustier, like old canvas and dust. My flashlight illuminated the interior, revealing a startling sight that momentarily stopped my breathing. 3 enormous backpacks leaned against the rear wall, partially obscuring the toilet seat. They weren't casual day packs, but serious expedition gear, the kind designed for multi-week wilderness treks. A light coating of dust suggested they'd been there for some time, yet not long enough to suffer significant deterioration from exposure. I stepped closer, examining them without touching. 2 appeared to contain standard camping equipment. I could make out the shapes of sleeping bags, cooking utensils, and what looked like clothing through partially open zippers. The third backpack, however, was the true anomaly. It was filled to capacity with Skittles candy packages. Every pocket, every compartment contained nothing but colorful Skittles bags in various sizes and flavors: original, tropical, sour, berry. Some packages were unopened, others partially consumed with the tops rolled down. The sheer volume was staggering and utterly bizarre. I backed out of the outhouse, closing the door as quietly as possible. Wesley looked up from the fire as I returned, his expression questioning. "You were gone a while. Everything okay?" I hesitated, then decided honesty was necessary. "You need to see what's in that left outhouse." Wesley's eyebrows rose, but he stood without comment and followed me back across the clearing. I held the flashlight as he cautiously opened the door and peered inside. "What the hell?" he muttered, stepping into the small space for a closer look. "Why would someone leave their gear like this? And what's with all the candy?" I shook my head. "No idea, but it feels wrong, doesn't it? Like we've stumbled onto something we weren't supposed to find." Wesley examined the backpacks more thoroughly than I had, carefully checking pockets and compartments without disturbing their positions. "No identification that I can see. No electronics either. No phones, GPS devices, nothing." "How long do you think they've been here?" I asked. "Based on the dust and condition, I'd guess a few months, possibly since last fall." He frowned, tapping the Skittles-filled pack with his knuckle. "This makes no sense. Who needs this much candy on a camping trip?" "Maybe it's not about need," I suggested. "Maybe it's about something else entirely." We returned to our campfire, both lost in thought about our discovery. The woods around us suddenly seemed less welcoming, as if the backpacks represented some unspoken threat lurking in the darkness beyond our fire's glow. "Should we report it?" I asked finally. Wesley considered the question. "To whom? We're miles from the nearest ranger station, and I'm not sure this qualifies as an emergency. Bizarre, yes. Criminal? Probably not. What if someone's missing? What if those packs belong to hikers who never made it out?" "There would be a record of that," Wesley replied, his ranger background evident in his reasoning. "Search parties would have combed these areas if hikers were reported missing, and they wouldn't have stopped searching until they found something conclusive." His logic made sense, yet it failed to quell my growing unease. We agreed to stay the night and reassess in the morning. Neither of us mentioned leaving early, but the thought clearly crossed both our minds. Sleep came fitfully that night. Every rustle in the underbrush, every distant owl hoot jolted me to alertness. Around 2 a.m., I distinctly heard what sounded like whispering voices just beyond the perimeter of our camp. The murmuring continued for several minutes, too consistent to be wind or animal sounds, yet too indistinct to make out specific words. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, straining to interpret the sounds. Were they coming closer? Was someone or something approaching our tents? Just as I gathered the courage to unzip my sleeping bag and investigate, the whispering stopped abruptly. The ensuing silence felt even more threatening than the mysterious sounds had been. Morning arrived with welcome sunlight streaming through the trees. Wesley emerged from his tent looking as tired as I felt. "Did you hear anything strange last night?" I asked hesitantly. His expression tightened. "Like whispering?" "Yeah, I heard it. Thought I was imagining things." We exchanged troubled glances, the confirmation of shared experience somehow more disturbing than the event itself. By unspoken mutual agreement, we began packing up our camp immediately after a hasty breakfast. As we loaded the Jeep, I glanced repeatedly toward the outhouse containing the mysterious backpacks. Something about them tugged at my consciousness, as if they represented a puzzle piece I couldn't yet fit into place. "We're leaving them there," Wesley said firmly, noting my distraction. "Whatever story they're part of, I don't think we want to know the ending." I nodded reluctantly. He was right, of course. Taking the packs would feel like theft, or worse, like inviting whatever strangeness surrounded them to follow us home. Before departing, we secured the outhouse door as best we could with a length of paracord from Wesley's supplies. It wasn't much, but it might deter casual discovery by the next visitors to this forgotten campsite. The journey back to civilization passed mostly in silence, each of us processing what we'd experienced. Only when we reached the main highway did Wesley finally address the elephant in the room. "I've been camping my entire life," he said, eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I've seen bear attacks, flash floods, and forest fires, but this was different, wrong somehow." I found myself nodding. Like we glimpsed the edge of something larger, something we weren't meant to see. "Exactly." Wesley tapped his fingers nervously on the steering wheel. "And I can't shake the feeling that it might not be finished with us yet." Those words haunted me during the drive home, echoing in my mind as I greeted Julia and deflected her questions about the trip with vague assurances that everything had gone well. That night, I dreamed of whispering voices and endless forests filled with abandoned possessions, their owners nowhere to be found. Another year passed before I ventured into the wilderness again. The Black Ridge storm and the Pinecrest backpacks had carved deep furrows of doubt into my once unwavering love of the outdoors. Wesley and I remained friends, but tacitly avoided discussing our strange experience. Julia seemed relieved by my diminished enthusiasm for camping, though she never directly referenced her own trauma from that windswept night. By June 2024, however, the pull of nature had strengthened once more. Work stress mounted, with my architectural firm facing impossible deadlines and demanding clients. Home offered little respite, as Julia's parents had moved in temporarily following her father's hip replacement surgery. The walls seemed to close in a little more each day until the thought of open spaces and solitude became an obsession rather than a preference. I decided on a solo overnight trip, just me and my German Shepherd, Rusty. A simple excursion to clear my head and reconnect with the outdoors on my own terms. I selected a location carefully, Meadow Creek Trail, a well-traveled path in a state park less than 2 hours from home, popular enough to feel safe, yet with sufficient space between designated campsites to provide the isolation I craved. Julia raised an eyebrow when I mentioned my plans, but offered no objection. "Take the satellite messenger," was her only comment. I promised I would, grateful for her understanding. The drive to Meadow Creek passed quickly. Arriving mid-afternoon on a Tuesday, I found the trailhead parking area nearly empty. Just 2 other vehicles occupied the gravel lot. Perfect. I shouldered my pack, attached Rusty's leash, and set off along the well-maintained trail. After approximately 2 miles of hiking, I veered off onto a less defined side path that led toward a small stream indicated on my map. Another half-mile brought me to an ideal campsite. A flat area sheltered by mature oak trees, with the stream gurgling nearby. The site showed signs of previous use. A crude fire ring constructed from stones, flattened areas where tents had stood, but no evidence of recent visitors. I established a simple camp, opting for a minimalist tarp shelter rather than a full tent. This arrangement would allow me to observe the night sky while still having protection if weather conditions changed. Rusty explored our surroundings with his nose to the ground, occasionally freezing to point at various animal scents. As evening approached, I prepared a straightforward meal on my backpacking stove. The simple routine of camping tasks felt comfortingly familiar, almost enough to override the wariness I'd carried since previous expeditions. Almost, but not quite. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, jumping at unexpected sounds, and keeping Rusty close at hand. Twilight deepened into dusk. I lit a small fire more for its psychological comfort than practical necessity. Rusty settled at my feet, occasionally lifting his head to track sounds beyond human perception. The crackle of burning wood and the stream's gentle murmur created a peaceful soundtrack, complemented by the distant calls of whippoorwills and the sporadic rustling of nocturnal creatures. For the first time in months, I felt my muscles truly relax. The tension headache that had become my constant companion gradually receded. I leaned back against my pack, gazing upward as stars emerged in the darkening sky. Perhaps I'd overreacted to those previous experiences. Perhaps they were merely unusual occurrences with perfectly rational explanations that my imagination had distorted into something more sinister. That comforting rationalization lasted precisely until 10:43 p.m. The first indication of trouble came from Rusty. His body stiffened beside me, ears forward, a low growl building in his throat. I sat up, instantly alert, and scanned our surroundings. Nothing appeared unusual in the flickering firelight. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, scratching behind his ears. "Raccoon? Fox?" Rusty's growl intensified, and he rose to a standing position, facing northwest toward the denser section of forest. I followed his gaze, but saw only shadows between tree trunks. Then I heard it, the distant roar of an engine, growing steadily louder. Vehicle headlights appeared between trees, bouncing wildly as whatever conveyance they were attached to navigated rough terrain. The engine sound intensified, accompanied now by human voices, loud, boisterous, clearly inebriated. I instinctively dimmed my lantern and kicked dirt onto the fire, reducing its visibility. A truck, I could now identify the vehicle type, crashed through the underbrush approximately 200 yards from my position. It stopped in what must have been a clearing, though I couldn't see it directly through the intervening trees. The headlights remained on, illuminating what looked like swirling dust and pollen in their beams. 4 male voices carried through the night air, their words indistinguishable but their tone unmistakably aggressive and excited. Rusty pressed against my leg, his growl now silent, but his body vibrating with tension. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the night. I flinched violently, automatically dropping to a crouch and pulling Rusty down with me. Another shot followed quickly, then a third. Raucous laughter erupted after each report. "Target practice," I muttered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. Just drunk idiots shooting at cans or something. But the rational explanation did little to ease my fear. Intoxicated individuals with firearms represented a serious danger, especially when firing randomly in the darkness. A stray bullet could travel significant distances through the woods. My previously perfect campsite now felt terribly exposed. More gunshots rang out, accompanied by whoops and hollers. The men seemed to be taking turns, each trying to outdo the others in some competition. Glass shattered. They were apparently shooting bottles, and the celebrating voices grew louder. I had to make a decision. Staying put risked accidental injury from their reckless behavior. Approaching them to request they stop seemed equally dangerous. Confronting armed, intoxicated strangers in the darkness rarely ends well. The only reasonable option was to retreat, to put significant distance between myself and their impromptu shooting range. I quickly packed essential items, wallet, keys, phone, water bottle, flashlight, into a small day pack. Attaching Rusty's leash securely to my belt, I shouldered the pack and began moving quietly away from my camp, leaving the bulkier equipment behind. I could retrieve it in the morning, assuming these unwelcome visitors departed overnight. We moved carefully through the forest, using only the dimmest setting on my flashlight to navigate. Each gunshot jolted my nerves anew. though they gradually grew fainter as we increased our distance from the source. Rusty remained vigilant, occasionally stopping to listen intently before proceeding. After approximately 40 minutes of methodical hiking, we reached a service road, not the main trail I'd used earlier, but a maintenance path used by park staff. It offered easier traveling than the dense underbrush we'd been traversing. I consulted my map and determined we were heading roughly northeast, eventually intersecting with the park's boundary road. The gunfire had faded to distant pops by this point, but another sensation replaced my fear of stray bullets, the distinct feeling of being followed. Nothing tangible justified this impression. No snapping twigs, no shadowy figures glimpsed in peripheral vision. Just an overwhelming certainty that something tracked our progress through the darkness. Rusty sensed it too. He kept looking back, hackles raised, occasionally stopping completely to stare into the darkness behind us. Each time, I would strain to see what captured his attention, but the flashlight beam revealed only empty forest. We continued along the service road for another hour, eventually reaching a junction with a wider gravel path. According to my map, this should lead directly to a secondary parking area approximately 1 mile from our current position. Relief flooded through me at the prospect of reaching civilization, or at least the relative safety of my vehicle. That relief evaporated instantly when Rusty suddenly lunged forward, barking furiously at something in the tree line ahead. I raised my flashlight, illuminating what appeared to be a human figure standing motionless between 2 massive oak trees. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" No response came. The figure remained perfectly still, just beyond the range where my flashlight could provide clear details. It appeared human-shaped, but somehow wrong. Proportions slightly off. Posture unnatural. "Park ranger?" I tried again, taking a hesitant step forward. The figure moved suddenly, darting deeper into the woods with unnatural speed. Within seconds, it vanished completely, leaving no trace of its presence. Rusty continued barking, straining against his leash toward the spot where it had stood. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribs. What had I just seen? A person? An animal standing upright? Or merely a trick of light and shadow combined with my heightened anxiety? No time to analyze. Every instinct screamed to keep moving, to reach open spaces and light and other people. I tugged Rusty's leash, urging him to continue along the gravel path. He complied reluctantly, still growling softly and glancing repeatedly toward the woods. We finally reached the secondary parking area around 1:30 a.m. Unlike the main lot, this one featured solar-powered security lights that cast a reassuring glow over the empty gravel expanse. Not a single vehicle occupied the space, unsurprising given the hour and weekday timing. My own car waited at the primary trailhead, still approximately 3 miles distant via connecting trails. Under normal circumstances, I might have made camp here and continued in daylight. But nothing about this night felt normal, and the thought of stopping, of being vulnerable once more to whatever lurked in those woods, was unbearable. We continued hiking, following the well-marked connecting trail between parking areas. The relative openness of this main path provided some comfort, though shadows still loomed ominously on either side. Rusty remained vigilant, responding to sounds and scents imperceptible to my human senses. When we finally reached my vehicle at 3:15 a.m., exhaustion had nearly overtaken fear. I unlocked the car with trembling hands, helped Rusty into the back seat, and collapsed behind the steering wheel. For several minutes, I simply sat breathing deeply, processing what had transpired. The rational explanation: I had encountered some intoxicated hunters or target shooters, followed by a deer or other wildlife that my stressed mind had misinterpreted as a human figure. My previous experiences at Black Ridge and Pinecrest had predisposed me to see threats where none existed. This was the logical conclusion. Yet logic failed to account for Rusty's reaction. German shepherds know the difference between humans and wildlife. His behavior indicated something genuinely threatening, something that triggered his protective instincts. As I started the engine and began the drive home, a disturbing thought emerged. What if these incidents weren't isolated? What if some connection existed between the windstorm at Black Ridge, the abandoned backpacks at Pinecrest, and tonight's encounter? 3 separate locations, 3 distinct experiences, yet all sharing an underlying current of wrongness that defied rational explanation. The headlights illuminated empty roads stretching before me, but my mind remained back in those dark woods, wondering what exactly had watched us flee and whether it was somehow linked to my previous encounters. Most troubling of all was the certainty that I would eventually return to the wilderness, drawn by the same inexplicable compulsion that kept bringing me back, despite the mounting evidence that something out there was aware of my presence, something that perhaps had been watching me all along. I arrived home shortly after dawn, exhausted but too wired for sleep. Julia was already awake, preparing coffee before her early morning classes. She took one look at my haggard appearance and Rusty's still alert demeanor and knew immediately that something had gone wrong. "What happened?" she asked, setting aside her mug. For the first time since Blackridge, I told her everything, not just about the previous night's events, but also the strange backpacks at Pinecrest that I'd mentioned only vaguely before. She listened without interruption, her expression growing increasingly troubled as my narrative unfolded. "I think they're connected," I concluded, cradling my own coffee cup and shaking hands. "All three incidents. I can't explain how or why, but there's a pattern forming." Julia remained silent for several moments, processing my words. As a science teacher, she naturally gravitated toward rational explanations. Yet I could see her struggling to find one that adequately addressed all elements of my experiences. "Have you considered reporting any of this?" she finally asked. I laughed humorlessly. "And say what exactly? Officer, I keep having weird experiences while camping. They dismiss me as paranoid or attention-seeking." "Maybe not," she countered. "The backpacks at least represent tangible evidence. Abandoned property in a remote location could indicate missing persons." Her suggestion had merit, though I'd already discussed this possibility with Wesley after the Pinecrest incident. Still, combined with the other experiences, perhaps it warranted official attention. Later that morning, after Julia departed for school, I contacted the local police department. The dispatcher transferred me to a detective named Russell, who listened patiently to my abbreviated account of finding the backpacks. "When exactly was this discovery made?" he asked, his tone professional but skeptical. "May of last year," I admitted, immediately recognizing how this undermined the urgency of my report. "And you're only reporting it now because—" I struggled to formulate a response that wouldn't sound absurd. "I've had subsequent experiences that made me reconsider its significance." A long pause followed. "Sir, without specific information about individuals in danger, there's little we can act on here. If you'd like to file a formal report about the abandoned property, you're welcome to come to the station." I thanked him and ended the call, knowing I wouldn't follow through. How could I explain my growing conviction that something extraordinary was occurring in our region's forests? Even I recognized how irrational it sounded, despite having experienced it firsthand. For the next several days, I immersed myself in research, seeking similar accounts from other outdoor enthusiasts. Online forums and social media groups dedicated to hiking and camping yielded occasional stories of unexplained phenomena in wilderness settings: strange sounds, unusual tracks, inexplicable feelings of being watched. Most were dismissed by commenters as wildlife encounters, overactive imaginations, or deliberate fabrications for attention. One thread, however, caught my attention. A hiker described finding a collection of children's toys arranged in a geometric pattern deep in a national forest, miles from any trail or access point. The toys weren't weathered or damaged, suggesting recent placement. No children had been reported missing in the area. The arrangement was methodical, intentional, clearly human-made, yet serving no discernible purpose. The comments followed the expected pattern of skepticism and rational explanations. But one response, from a user identified only as Ranger 17, stood out. "These markers appear across different wilderness areas. They're not isolated incidents. Most go unreported or unnoticed. Records exist but aren't public. Some of us have been tracking patterns for years. Location data welcome, DM for secure contact." I stared at those words for a long time, my pulse quickening. Here was potential validation, someone else who recognized what I was experiencing as part of a broader phenomenon. I immediately sent a private message detailing my 3 incidents. including precise GPS coordinates for the Black Ridge and Pinecrest locations. The response came 3 days later. Your experiences fit established patterns, not coincidental, not imaginary. Occur primarily in forests with old-growth components or historical significance. Average 3 to 7 encounters before escalation. Recommend cessation of solo wilderness activities. Documentation valuable but secondary to personal safety. Will share additional information if you remain uninvolved hereafter. That final sentence struck me as both warning and challenge. Remain uninvolved, as if continuation would constitute active participation in whatever strange phenomenon I'd encountered. The message confirmed my suspicions while simultaneously raising dozens of new questions. What constituted escalation? What historical significance linked my 3 locations? Who was Ranger 17, and how had they accumulated this knowledge? I drafted several replies but sent none. What could I ask that wouldn't sound desperate or obsessive? How could I extract more information without revealing the growing compulsion I felt to understand these experiences? The truth was, despite the fear and confusion, part of me wanted to go back. Not to the same locations, but somewhere similar. Somewhere I might encounter whatever presence lurked in those forests. The rational portion of my brain recognized this impulse as potentially dangerous, even self-destructive. Yet it persisted, a nagging curiosity that whispered continuously from the recesses of my consciousness. July arrived with oppressive heat and humidity. Julia traveled to a 2-week educational conference in Chicago, leaving me alone with Rusty and my increasingly troubled thoughts. I threw myself into work, accepting additional projects that required long hours and intense concentration. Anything to distract from the wilderness's siren call. On the 3rd night of Julia's absence, the dreams began. They always started identically. I would find myself standing at the edge of a dense forest as evening approached. The trees before me were ancient, their massive trunks disappearing into canopy shadows. No particular landmarks identified the location, yet it felt intimately familiar, as if I'd visited countless times before. A path led into the woods, barely visible among ferns and underbrush. Despite my dream self's reluctance, my feet would inevitably carry me forward, step by hesitant step, into deepening darkness. The forest closed around me, branches creating a tunnel that permitted only the occasional glimpse of darkening sky overhead. As I progressed deeper along the path, awareness of being observed intensified. Eyes tracked my movement from beyond the trees, not animal eyes, but something with intelligence and purpose. The sensation was identical to what I'd experienced during my actual wilderness encounters. Eventually, the path would open into a small clearing dominated by a single massive tree at its center. The tree's species varied from dream to dream, sometimes an ancient oak, sometimes a towering pine, occasionally something unidentifiable with oddly shaped leaves. But its presence always conveyed the same message: arrival at a destination. At this point in each dream, the observing presence would emerge from behind the central tree. It never fully revealed itself, remaining partially obscured by trunk or shadow. I could discern only fragments, an elongated limb, a suggestion of height exceeding normal human proportions, occasionally a face that seemed almost but not quite human. And then it would speak, not with audible words, but directly into my mind. The content varied nightly, but the essence remained consistent. You've seen the signs. You've felt our presence. The forest has marked you. Return to complete what began at Black Ridge. I would awaken immediately after this communication, drenched in sweat despite the air conditioning, heart racing so violently I feared cardiac arrest. Rusty always sensed my distress, pressing against me and whining softly until my breathing normalized. After the 5th consecutive night of this dream, I contacted Wesley. We hadn't spoken about Pinecrest since our return, maintaining the unspoken agreement to pretend it never happened. His response to my text was immediate. Meet me at Carlton's, 7 p.m. Come alone. Carlton's was a quiet pub on the outskirts of town, known for its subdued atmosphere and private booths. I arrived early and secured a corner table far from other patrons. Wesley appeared precisely at 7, sliding into the seat opposite me with a nod of greeting. "You look terrible," he observed after ordering drinks. "Haven't been sleeping well," I admitted. "Because of the dreams." It wasn't a question. I stared at him, momentarily speechless. "How did you know?" Wesley glanced around, ensuring no one was within earshot. "Because I've been having them too. Since Pinecrest. Not every night, but regularly. Always the same basic scenario: forest, path, clearing, tree, and the entity behind it." Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by renewed fear. If Wesley experienced the same dreams, this wasn't merely psychological aftermath from strange encounters. Something more was happening, something that transcended normal explanation. "What does it say to you?" I asked quietly. "That I'm needed. That we both are. That we've been chosen for something." He paused as our drinks arrived, waiting until the server departed before continuing. "But there's more. I've been researching similar incidents. Strange wilderness encounters. Unexplained phenomena in remote forests. They're not random. They cluster in certain regions, around specific types of locations." I told him about Ranger 17's message, and he nodded as if expecting this information. "There are others tracking these events. Some are former Rangers like me, others are researchers, a few are people who've had experiences similar to ours. They communicate carefully, stay under the radar. Information is compartmentalized, shared only when necessary." "Why all the secrecy?" I asked. Wesley took a long sip of his drink before answering. "Because previous attempts to investigate openly have ended badly. People disappeared. Research was confiscated. Official denials issued. Whatever this is, someone or something doesn't want it widely known." The implications chilled me. "Are you saying there's a cover-up? Some government conspiracy?" "I'm saying I don't know exactly what we're dealing with, but I do know it's real, it's purposeful, and it's escalating." He leaned forward, lowering his voice further. "The dreams aren't random. They're communication. Invitation or warning, I'm not sure which. But they're leading towards something significant." "The entity in my dreams specifically mentions Black Ridge," I said. "It says I need to return there to complete something that began during that first incident." Wesley's expression darkened. "Mine references Pinecrest. Same basic message, unfinished business, need to return. I've been resisting the urge, but it's getting stronger." We sat in silence for several minutes, each processing the implications of our shared experience. Finally, Wesley spoke again. "We have two options. We can ignore the dreams, avoid the forests, try to resume normal lives and hope whatever this is eventually loses interest in us. Or we can go back," I finished, "confront it directly, discover what it wants. That's the choice, and we need to make it soon. The dreams are increasing in frequency and intensity, at least for me. I suspect it's the same for you." I nodded, unable to deny this observation. "What do you think we should do?" Wesley considered the question carefully. "I think ignoring it is temporary at best. These experiences, these dreams, they're targeted, deliberate. Whatever intelligence is behind them has invested significant effort in establishing contact. It won't simply give up if we try to disengage. So we go back," I said, my voice barely audible. "We prepare thoroughly, document everything, establish communication protocols with trusted individuals who remain outside the forests. And yes, we return, not from foolish curiosity, but because ignoring this communication may ultimately prove more dangerous than acknowledging it." As our conversation concluded, a plan began forming, cautious, methodical, designed to maximize safety while pursuing answers. We would go our separate ways initially, Wesley to Pinecrest, I to Black Ridge, each following the specific summons we'd received. We would carry satellite messengers with emergency protocols established, check in with each other at predetermined intervals, and maintain detailed records of everything we observed. Driving home that night, I experienced a curious mixture of dread and anticipation. The decision to return felt simultaneously like surrender to an external force and reclamation of personal agency. Whatever awaited in those forests, facing it deliberately seemed preferably to the continued psychological siege of dreams and compulsions. I spent the following days preparing meticulously, gathering equipment, studying maps, establishing safety protocols. I told Julia nothing of these plans, knowing she would object strenuously. Her conference provided a convenient window of opportunity, though I recognized the moral questionability of this deception. As the designated date approached, the dreams intensified further. The entity behind the tree became more distinct, its messages more urgent. "Time grows short," it communicated. "The convergence approaches. Your presence is required at Black Ridge." The night before my planned departure, I dreamed of the clearing once more. But this time the entity stepped fully into view, revealing its complete form for the first time. I jerked awake before my conscious mind could process what I'd seen, left only with fragmentary impressions: height, impossible proportions, features that shifted between recognizable and utterly alien. And a growing certainty that whatever awaited at Black Ridge would irrevocably alter my understanding of reality itself. July 17th, 2024. The date burned in my consciousness as I loaded my vehicle before dawn, double-checking essential equipment while Rusty observed with concerned eyes. I'd arranged for a neighbor to care for him during my absence. This journey was too uncertain, too potentially dangerous to risk his safety. The previous night, Wesley and I had finalized our plans during a tense phone conversation. "Synchronized departures at 6 a.m. tomorrow," he'd instructed. "We'll reach our respective destinations approximately mid-afternoon, establish base camps, and maintain hourly radio contact until sundown. If either of us misses 2 consecutive check-ins, the other initiates emergency protocols immediately." "And if we both encounter something simultaneously?" I'd asked, the possibility weighing heavily. "Then our outside contact takes action." Wesley had arranged for a former colleague, another ex-ranger named Diane, to monitor our satellite tracker signals. If both stopped moving or disappeared entirely, she would alert authorities with our last known coordinates. As I navigated the familiar route toward Black Ridge State Forest, anxiety and anticipation battled for dominance. The morning sky displayed ominous clouds gathering on the western horizon, not yet threatening, but carrying the distinct possibility of afternoon storms. Appropriate atmospheric conditions, I thought grimly, considering my previous experience there. The drive passed in a blur of tense silence. I deliberately avoided radio or music, wanting my senses fully attuned to both external environment and internal reactions. Occasionally, my satellite phone chirped with messages from Wesley, confirming his progress toward Pinecrest. I reached the Black Ridge Ranger Station shortly after noon. Unlike my previous visit with Julia, I found the small wooden building locked and unattended, with a posted notice indicating reduced staffing due to budget constraints. A self-registration box contained permits for backcountry camping. I completed the necessary form, noting my intended campsite location near Old Growth Loop, the same area where Julia and I had experienced the windstorm. The access road remained unchanged, still winding through increasingly dense forest that seemed to swallow daylight. As I penetrated deeper into Black Ridge territory, cell service predictably vanished, leaving only the satellite messenger as my connection to the outside world. I sent a brief update to Wesley. "Approaching destination. All normal so far." His response arrived minutes later. "Same here. Stay alert." The parking area near Old Growth Loop contained 3 vehicles, more company than I'd anticipated, but potentially reassuring if circumstances deteriorated. I gathered my equipment, securing a heavy pack containing supplies for 3 days, though I hoped answers would come sooner than that. The hike to our previous campsite proceeded without incident. The trail showed signs of regular use, with occasional boot prints in muddy sections indicating recent visitors. Birdsong accompanied my journey, along with the usual rustling of small mammals in underbrush. Nothing suggested the otherworldliness I'd experienced previously, just an ordinary forest on a summer afternoon. I reached the clearing around 2:30 p.m. The weather had deteriorated during my hike, with darker clouds gathering overhead and distant thunder grumbling from the west. Unlike my trip with Julia, no protective rock formation graced this site. I would be exposed to whatever atmospheric conditions developed. Setting up camp efficiently, I established a small tent, organized supplies for easy access, and created a rudimentary fire pit. The satellite messenger remained within reach at all times, its signal light blinking reassuringly. I contacted Wesley upon completion. Camp established. Weather deteriorating. No anomalous observations yet. His reply came promptly. Similar situation here. First, subtle indicators of presence, unusual silence, birds departed. Stay vigilant. That message triggered heightened awareness. I scanned my surroundings more carefully, noting that indeed, the birdsong had diminished since my arrival. Not complete silence, but a definite reduction in natural forest sounds. The wind stirred tree branches overhead, creating a whispering susurration that seemed almost language-like when I didn't focus directly on it. I completed my preparations as daylight began fading prematurely under the influence of the gathering storm. The air felt electrically charged, raising the hair on my arms despite the warm temperature. Beyond the clearing's edge, shadows deepened between tree trunks, creating the illusion of movement when viewed peripherally. At 6 p.m., I messaged Wesley again. Conditions intensifying, storm approaching, definite sense of presence now. Minutes passed without response. I checked the messenger signal, still active, still connected. I sent another message. Wesley? Status update needed. Nothing. Concern building, I initiated our agreed emergency protocol, sending a coded message that would prompt Diane to begin monitoring our situation more actively. Just as I completed this transmission, Wesley's delayed response arrived. Something approaching camp, not human, multiple entities, moving in coordinated pattern, will attempt documentation. My pulse accelerated dramatically. Before I could respond, he sent another message. Stay where you are. Do not change locations. They're herding, not hunting, positioning us deliberately. The implications chilled me despite the warm evening air. Whatever these phenomena represented, they appeared to be manipulating our movements, creating some predetermined configuration with Wesley at one point and me at another. For what purpose? I couldn't begin to guess. Thunder crashed overhead, much closer now. Fat raindrops began pattering against the forest canopy, gradually intensifying into a steady downpour. I retreated to my tent, leaving the entrance unzipped for maximum visibility of the clearing. At 7:12 p.m., the forest fell completely silent. Not gradually, not in the natural progression of animals seeking shelter from the storm. One moment, the normal background sounds of a forest in rainfall, water dripping, leaves rustling, distant wildlife calls. The next moment, absolute stillness except for the rain itself. My breath caught in my throat. This was identical to what had preceded the anomalous windstorm during my previous visit. I sent an urgent message to Wesley. Complete silence has begun, precisely as before. Advise. No response came. Lightning flashed, illuminating the clearing in stark white brilliance. In that frozen moment of illumination, I saw them. Figures standing motionless at the forest's edge. Not just one or two, but a complete circle surrounding my clearing. The flash ended before I could process details, returning me to darkness with only the afterimage burned into my retinas. Thunder followed immediately, so powerful it vibrated through the ground beneath my tent. I fumbled for my flashlight, hands trembling so violently I nearly dropped it. Another lightning flash revealed the figures had moved closer, now standing just within the clearing's perimeter. I activated the flashlight, sweeping its beam toward where I'd seen the nearest figure. Nothing appeared in the artificial illumination, just rain-soaked undergrowth and tree trunks. Yet when lightning flashed again, the figures remained clearly visible, now arranged in what appeared to be a geometric pattern across the clearing. Understanding crystallized with terrible clarity. These entities existed just outside normal perception, visible only in the liminal moment of lightning's illumination. My flashlight beam passed through their positions without revealing their presence. With shaking hands, I activated my phone's camera. If I couldn't see them continuously, perhaps I could capture their image. I waited for the next lightning flash, then rapidly took multiple photos in succession. Another message arrived from Wesley. They've encircled my position, visible only during lightning, attempting communication. That last phrase shot adrenaline through my system. Communication? How? I typed hurriedly. What method? Verbal? physical. His response came after an agonizing delay. Mental impression. Direct. Non-linguistic but translatable. They're indicating something about convergence points, energy nexus. You and I positioned at critical junctions. As I absorbed these words, the storm's intensity increased dramatically. Wind that had been merely gusty transformed into a roaring force that bent trees to dangerous angles. Rain fell in horizontal sheets, pummeling my tent with such force that I feared structural failure. Lightning flashed continuously now, providing sustained glimpses of the figures, which had arranged themselves in 2 concentric circles around my position. In one extended flash, I finally observed details I'd missed previously. The entities possessed humanoid structure, but with disturbing differences. Elongated limbs with too many joints, torsos impossibly thin, heads that seemed to shift between forms when viewed directly. Most troubling was their movement. Not the smooth motion of living organisms, but staccato transitions between positions, as if they existed in fractured time. A message notification drew my attention back to the satellite device. They're conducting some form of ritual, energy harnessing. We are catalysts, not participants. Black Ridge and Pinecrest are nodes in larger network. Previous visitors left altered, carrying energy signature. That's why we were drawn back. Completion of circuit. Wesley's assessment aligned with the sensations flooding through me. My skin tingled with electrical energy that had nothing to do with the storm. The air inside my tent seemed to thicken, becoming viscous around my limbs. Each breath required conscious effort, as if oxygen itself had transformed into something not quite suitable for human lungs. Another message appeared. Don't resist. Resistance intensifies effects. Allow process to complete. Easy for him to say, I thought desperately. My heart hammered against my ribs with such force I feared cardiac damage. My vision blurred at the edges, narrowing to a constricted field that pulsed in rhythm with the lightning. In what seemed like both an eternity and an instant, energy surged through the clearing. Not lightning, something different, something that emanated from the entities themselves. It flowed like water, like electricity, like something for which human language has no adequate comparison. It connected the figures in luminous lines, creating a complex geometric pattern with my tent at its center. And then it reached me. The sensation defies description. Imagine every cell in your body simultaneously disassembling and reassembling, but with slight alterations each time. Imagine consciousness stretched across multiple dimensions, fragmenting into countless perspectives that somehow remain unified. Imagine knowledge flooding your mind in volumes too vast for comprehension, leaving only impressions of concepts too alien for human understanding. I experienced all this and more in what objective time would measure as approximately 3 minutes. When awareness of normal reality returned, the storm had passed. Moonlight filtered through dispersing clouds, illuminating a clearing that showed no evidence of the entity's presence. My tent remained intact despite the tempest's fury. The forest had resumed its normal nighttime sounds, insects chirping, occasional owl calls, leaves rustling in gentle breeze. With trembling fingers, I checked my phone, scrolling through the photos I'd taken during lightning flashes. Nothing appeared in the images except empty clearing and rain-streaked darkness. No figures, no energy patterns, no evidence whatsoever of what I'd witnessed. A final message waited on the satellite device. Process complete. Transformation initiated. Return home. Effects will manifest gradually. We are changed, but not as they intended. Something intervened. Discussion required in person. Wesley's cryptic message offered more questions than answers, but one phrase resonated particularly. Not as they intended. Whatever ritual or process these entities had conducted, something had altered its outcome. Whether positively or negatively remained unclear. I spent that night in a state of hyper-awareness, unable to sleep despite profound exhaustion. Every forest sound registered with crystalline clarity. Colors appeared more vivid in the moonlight, with spectra visible beyond what I'd previously perceived. My thoughts moved with unusual fluidity, making connections between disparate concepts that would have eluded me before. At dawn, I dismantled my camp, and began the hike back to my vehicle. The forest seemed simultaneously familiar and profoundly changed, not in physical appearance, but in the way I perceived it. Layers of reality I'd never noticed now revealed themselves in subtle ways. Patterns of energy flowed through tree roots beneath the soil. Information transferred between plants via networks invisible to normal human perception. The entire ecosystem functioned as a unified intelligence, aware of itself and every organism within its boundary. And it was aware of me, watching with billions of perspectives simultaneously. I reached my vehicle shortly after 10 a.m., finding a message from Wesley waiting. Heading home. Meet at Carlton's tomorrow noon. Rest today. Allow integration. The drive back passed in a haze of new perceptions and racing thoughts. By the time I arrived home, exhaustion had overtaken the initial effects of whatever transformation had occurred. I collapsed into bed, falling immediately into dreams filled with geometric patterns, ancient forests, and entities that existed between moments of conventional time. I awoke 18 hours later with absolute clarity about one thing. Wesley and I had been changed fundamentally, and there was no going back to who we had been before. The wilderness had marked us, not as victims or even as chosen ones, but as unwitting participants in something vast and incomprehensible. Something that connected Blackridge, Pinecrest, and countless other locations in a network older than human civilization. The final chapter of this strange narrative remained unwritten, but I knew with certainty that my experiences in the wilderness had only just begun. The meeting with Wesley at Carlton's pub confirmed my suspicions. He appeared physically unchanged, the same weathered face, the same cautious eyes, but something fundamental had shifted in his demeanor, in the way he processed and responded to the world around him. "You feel it too," he said immediately, sliding into the booth across from me. Not a question, but a statement of observed fact. I nodded. Everything's more. Colors, sounds, connections between things, and dreams, unlike anything before. Wesley glanced around the pub before leaning forward. I've spent the last 36 hours researching. There are accounts throughout history, across cultures, describing experiences similar to ours. Indigenous oral traditions speak of forest spirits that transform chosen individuals. Medieval European texts mention the changed ones who return from wilderness with expanded awareness. Modern reports document unexplained perceptual alterations following encounters in remote natural settings. What happened to us? I asked, though I suspected neither of us could fully answer that question. Based on the communications I received during the event, we experienced some form of energy transfer or consciousness modification. The entities at Pinecrest and Blackridge serve as conduits or facilitators for a process connected to the forest itself, or perhaps to something that uses forests as interface points with our reality. His explanation aligned with my own intuitive understanding, though putting these concepts into language felt like describing color to someone who had never experienced sight. You mentioned something intervened, I reminded him. That we were changed, but not as they intended. What did you mean? Wesley's expression darkened. During the height of the phenomenon, I perceived another presence, not the entities surrounding us, but something else entirely. Something that intercepted or altered whatever energy was being channeled through us. I can't explain it precisely, but I received a distinct impression that the original purpose was subverted somehow. For better or worse. Unknown. He took a long drink from his water glass. But I suspect we'll discover the answer soon enough. These alterations to our perception aren't static. They're evolving, expanding. Each night, my dreams take me deeper into understanding that remains just beyond conscious grasp during waking hours. I describe my own dreams, vast networks of light connecting specific locations across landscapes, pulses of energy flowing between nodes, ancient patterns repeated throughout natural systems. Wesley nodded in recognition. We're seeing the same thing from slightly different perspectives, he concluded. The question is, what are we meant to do with this awareness? That question hung between us, unanswerable, yet pressing. If our transformation served some purpose beyond mere alteration of consciousness, what actions were we now obligated or destined to perform? Our discussion continued for hours, comparing experiences, theories, and the limited historical precedents we'd uncovered. By the time we parted, we'd agreed to maintain regular contact, document our ongoing perceptual changes, and research additional locations that might serve as nodes in the network we'd glimpsed. Julia returned from her conference the following day, immediately noticing something different about me despite my attempts to appear unchanged. "What happened while I was gone?" she asked directly, studying my face with concern. "You look, I don't know, not quite yourself." I considered lying, manufacturing some story about stress or minor illness. But our relationship deserved better, and perhaps more importantly, I needed someone beyond Wesley to understand what was occurring, so I told her everything. The dreams that had plagued me since our Blackridge experience, the online research that led me to Ranger 17, my return to the forest, and the inexplicable transformation that followed. I described the entities visible only during lightning flashes, the geometric patterns of energy, and the altered perceptions I now experienced continuously. To her credit, Julia listened without interruption, her expression shifting between concern, disbelief, and reluctant consideration. When I finished, she remained silent for several moments, processing everything I'd shared. "I believe that you believe this happened," she said finally, choosing her words with careful precision. "And I can't deny that something about you seems different. Your eyes, the way you move, even how you've been looking at ordinary objects around the house. Something has changed." "But you don't believe my explanation," I concluded, unsurprised. "I'm a science teacher," she replied. "My first inclination is to seek rational explanations. Stress-induced hallucinations, perhaps some environmental toxin in that forest that affects neurological function, maybe even a minor stroke or other medical condition that's altered your perception." I nodded, acknowledging the reasonableness of her skepticism. "That said," she continued, "I was with you at Blackridge. I felt that unnatural silence before the storm. I saw that shadow outside our tent. So I can't dismiss everything you're describing as purely imaginary." Her partial acceptance provided unexpected relief. I hadn't realized how much I needed validation from someone outside the experience itself, someone whose perception remained firmly anchored in conventional reality. "I want you to see a doctor," she added. "Not because I think you're crazy, but because some aspects of what you're describing could have medical causes we need to rule out." I agreed to this reasonable request, though I knew medical examination would reveal nothing physically wrong with me. Whatever had changed existed beyond the parameters of conventional medical understanding. The following weeks established a new pattern of existence. During daylight hours, I maintained the appearance of normalcy, attending work meetings, completing architectural drawings, engaging in routine conversations. But each activity now carried an additional layer of perception, a heightened awareness of underlying patterns and connections invisible to others. I could sense the emotional states of colleagues before they spoke. Building materials revealed their molecular structures to my enhanced perception. Urban environments displayed energy flows between structures, people, and natural elements that persisted despite concrete and steel barriers. Nights brought increasingly complex dreams, not just observations of the energy network I'd glimpsed at Blackridge, but apparent instructions for interacting with it. Specific locations appeared repeatedly, coordinates burned into my dreaming consciousness with urgent intensity. Some were familiar: Blackridge, Pinecrest, Meadow Creek. Others represented places I'd never visited, scattered across the continental United States and beyond. Wesley experienced similar nocturnal guidance, as our regular communications confirmed. We began mapping these locations, searching for patterns in their geographic distribution. Gradually, a geometric structure emerged, nodes positioned at precise intervals, forming what appeared to be a vast circuit across the North American landscape. Medical examinations revealed nothing unusual beyond slightly elevated brainwave activity during sleep studies. Blood work, neurological assessments, and psychiatric evaluations all returned essentially normal results. The doctors found no physical cause for my reported perceptual changes, eventually suggesting stress management techniques and possible anxiety medication. I declined the latter, knowing pharmaceuticals would likely interfere with whatever process continued unfolding within my altered consciousness. Julia accepted the medical findings with visible relief, though her skepticism regarding my supernatural explanation remained firmly intact. By mid-August, the dreams had coalesced into unmistakable directives. 3 specific locations demanded attention: the original sites at Black Ridge and Pinecrest, plus a 3rd location in northern Michigan called Whispering Pines Nature Preserve. Wesley and I needed to visit these sites simultaneously, performing specific actions at precisely coordinated moments to complete the circuit disrupted during our previous encounters. "It's too dangerous," Julia argued when I explained the necessity of this triplet expedition. "You have no idea what might happen if you follow these instructions from your dreams." "That's true," I acknowledged. "But I also don't know what might happen if we ignore them. These directives feel increasingly urgent, like a countdown to something significant." "That's exactly what worries me," she countered. "What if this something significant is harmful? What if these entities are manipulating you toward destructive ends?" Her concern was valid. Neither Wesley nor I could be certain of the ultimate purpose behind our transformation and subsequent guidance. The intervention he'd sensed during our separate rituals suggested competing agendas among whatever forces operated through these forest nodes. After extensive discussion, we developed a compromise approach. Wesley and I would visit our designated locations as instructed, but with substantial safety measures in place. A network of trusted individuals, including Julia, Wesley's ex-ranger colleague Diane, and a small group of others who'd experienced similar phenomena, would monitor our activities via satellite tracking and scheduled communications. Any deviation from established protocols would trigger immediate intervention. The date established by our dreams fell on the autumn equinox, September 22, 2024. The timing suggested significance beyond mere calendar designation, perhaps related to astronomical alignments that affected energy flows through the node network. Preparations consumed the weeks leading up to this date. We gathered specialized equipment based on dream instructions, crystals of specific mineral compositions, copper wire of particular gauge, instruments for measuring electromagnetic fluctuations. None of these items seemed inherently dangerous, which provided some reassurance regarding the intended outcome. As the equinox approached, my perceptual alterations intensified further. Ordinary objects occasionally appeared transparent, revealing internal structures normally hidden from view. Time periodically fluctuated, accelerating or slowing subjectively while clocks maintained their steady pace. Most dramatically, I began perceiving what seemed to be alternative versions of locations, glimpses of how spaces had appeared in the past or might appear in potential futures. Julia observed these episodes with increasing concern, particularly when I would suddenly stop mid-conversation, transfixed by perceptions invisible to her. "You look like you're seeing ghosts," she commented during one such moment. "Not ghosts," I corrected gently. "Just different layers of what's always been here." The morning of September 22nd arrived clear and cool, perfect conditions for the tasks ahead. Wesley would return to Pinecrest, while I journeyed back to Blackridge. A woman named Eleanor, who'd experienced her own wilderness transformation 3 years earlier, volunteered to complete our triad at Whispering Pines in Michigan. Julia embraced me tightly before my departure. "Come back," she whispered against my shoulder. "Not just physically. Come back fully to this reality." I promised to try, though uncertainty clouded that commitment. Whatever completion awaited at Blackridge might further transform my consciousness, rather than restoring it to conventional parameters. The drive to Blackridge passed in contemplative silence. Forests along the highway revealed their underlying energy networks to my enhanced perception. Root systems transmitting information, mycological webs connecting disparate organisms, subtle electromagnetic fields generated by living communities. By the time I reached the ranger station, ordinary physical reality seemed merely the outermost layer of a much deeper, more complex system. Unlike my previous visit, the station was staffed today. The ranger on duty, a middle-aged woman with knowing eyes, processed my permit request without comment, though something in her expression suggested recognition of what I represented. Had she encountered others like me before? Did she serve some role in the larger pattern? I considered asking directly but decided against it. Some knowledge was best acquired through proper channels, not premature questioning. The hike to my designated location proceeded efficiently. Not the previous campsite near Old Growth Loop, but a different clearing approximately 1 mile further along the ridge, a spot that had featured prominently in recent dreams. I reached it by early afternoon, exactly as planned. The clearing itself appeared unremarkable to conventional perception, roughly circular, perhaps 40 feet in diameter, surrounded by mature eastern hemlock trees. But my enhanced senses revealed what others would miss. The clearing sat precisely at an intersection of multiple underground energy lines. The soil itself vibrated at a frequency just beyond normal human perception. The air contained higher concentrations of negatively charged ions than surrounding areas. Following dream instructions, I established a specific configuration of the items I'd brought: copper wire arranged in geometric patterns, crystals positioned at precise intervals along these lines, measurement devices activated to record electromagnetic fluctuations. The entire setup, when viewed from above, would resemble a complex circuit board or perhaps an ancient magical sigil, depending on one's interpretive framework. As evening approached, I contacted Wesley and Eleanor via satellite messenger, confirming their parallel progress at their respective locations. All 3 sites were now prepared identically, awaiting only the final activation sequence scheduled for sunset. The appointed hour arrived with atmospheric perfection. Clear skies painted in spectacular oranges and pinks as the sun descended toward the horizon. I began the activation process exactly as instructed in my dreams. Specific crystals triggered in sequence, copper connections established one by one, verbal intonations at precise frequencies. As the final element clicked into place, the clearing transformed. Energy surged visibly through the copper pathways, illuminating the geometric pattern in pulsating blue-white light. The ground beneath my feet trembled, not violently but with purposeful vibration. The surrounding hemlocks swayed in perfect synchronization despite the absence of wind. And then they appeared. The entities from my previous encounter, now fully visible without need for lightning's illumination. They formed a circle around the clearing's perimeter, their elongated forms more clearly defined than before. I could now perceive that what had seemed like unusual proportions actually represented additional dimensional aspects that human perception normally filtered out. They weren't moving through our reality so much as intersecting with it, their true forms extending into spaces beyond conventional three-dimensional understanding. One entity stepped forward, or perhaps more accurately, shifted the focus of its intersection with our dimensional plane. It communicated not through sound, but through direct mental impression. The circuit nears completion. 3 nodes activated simultaneously create the necessary triangulation. The intervention during previous attempt required this additional effort. I processed this information, forming a response as mental imagery rather than words. What is the purpose of this circuit? Balance restoration. The entity's communication carried complex conceptual weight beyond simple translation. Your species has severed connections between consciousness layers. This severance threatens stability of intersecting realities. We repair through human conduits who maintain physical presence in your dimensional expression. Another mental question. Why us specifically? Compatibility factors, receptivity patterns, previous lifetime intersections. The entity shifted position slightly, its form rippling with colors beyond normal visual spectrum. You volunteered before embodiment, memory occluded by incarnation limitations. This revelation stunned me momentarily. Had Wesley, Eleanor, and I actually agreed to this role before birth? Did we carry some pre-existing connection to these entities, or the work they performed? Before I could pursue this line of questioning, energy surged through the copper circuit with renewed intensity. The entity communicated with increased urgency. Full activation commences. Stabilize your consciousness pattern. Maintain focus on triangulation coordinates. I centered my awareness as instructed, visualizing the 3-point connection between Black Ridge, Pinecrest, and Whispering Pines. Energy flowed between these points, creating a triangular field that expanded beyond physical locations into some other dimensional aspect. What happened next defies adequate description in human language. The fabric of reality itself appeared to fold, creating a temporary aperture between dimensional planes. Through this opening flowed something that registered in my perception as both energy and information. Vast quantities of data encoded in patterns that rewrote portions of local reality structure. The entities surrounding my clearing channeled this flow, directing it through the copper circuits and crystal nodes I'd established. My own consciousness served as some form of translator or transformer, converting the incoming energy information into formats compatible with Earth's particular dimensional frequency. At the height of this process, I experienced direct communion with Wesley and Eleanor, despite our physical separation by hundreds of miles. Our three consciousnesses briefly merged, functioning as aspects of a unified awareness overseeing the entire operation. In that temporary union, I glimpsed the full magnitude of what we were participating in, a planetary healing process addressing damage inflicted by humanity's separation from natural systems and deeper reality structures. The circuit completion lasted approximately 17 minutes, according to the monitoring equipment, though subjective experience suggested both much shorter and vastly longer durations simultaneously. As the energy flow gradually diminished, the dimensional aperture closed. The entities withdrew from their interactive formation, and normal perception reasserted itself within the clearing. But normal now incorporated far more than before. My already enhanced awareness had expanded exponentially. I perceived not just energy patterns and hidden connections, but the actual informational structure underlying physical reality. The forest around me existed simultaneously as matter, energy, information, and consciousness, all equally valid expressions of the same fundamental matrix. More significantly, I understood my role within this system with newfound clarity. The entities hadn't merely used us as passive conduits. They had activated dormant capacities within human consciousness that served crucial functions in maintaining reality coherence across dimensional interfaces. We weren't the first to undergo this activation, nor would we be the last. Throughout human history, individuals had been selected, transformed, and enlisted in this ongoing work, sometimes knowingly, often unknowingly. Indigenous shamans, religious mystics, inspired scientists, visionary artists, many had been partially activated to perform aspects of the same function we now embodied more completely. As night fell fully over Blackridge Forest, I gathered my equipment with movements that felt simultaneously familiar and entirely new. My body operated with heightened coordination, responding to thought with unprecedented precision. The copper circuits and crystals, having served their catalytic purpose, now appeared as ordinary objects once more, though I could still perceive the energetic imprints they carried. Messages from Wesley and Eleanor confirmed they had experienced parallel processes with similar outcomes. Our shared consciousness connection had diminished after the circuit's completion, but remained accessible with focused intention. We could communicate directly when necessary, though standard methods would suffice for routine coordination. I hiked back to my vehicle under a star-filled sky that revealed patterns invisible to conventional human perception. Cosmic energies connected directly to the forest network beneath my feet, the entire system pulsating with purposeful activity that had always existed beyond unaided awareness. The drive home unfolded through landscapes transformed by my expanded perception. Urban areas revealed themselves as complex energy systems interacting with natural patterns in both harmonious and discordant relationships. Human beings appeared as multidimensional entities temporarily focused in physical forms, their true nature extending far beyond bodily limitations. Julia waited anxiously on our front porch, her relief palpable as my car pulled into the driveway. She rushed forward as I emerged, then stopped abruptly several feet away, her expression shifting from welcome to uncertainty. "Your eyes," she whispered. "They're different." I smiled gently, understanding her discomfort. "Everything's different now. But I'm still me, Julia, just more than before." She approached cautiously, studying my face in the porch light. What happened out there? How could I possibly explain what had transpired? What words could capture the dimensional interfaces, the reality restructuring, the activation of dormant consciousness functions? Even with my enhanced communication abilities, Some experiences remained beyond language's capacity to convey. "I helped repair something broken," I said simply. "Something important for everyone, whether they know it or not." Julia touched my face hesitantly, as if verifying I remained physically present despite the obvious changes in my consciousness. "Will you stay? Here, with me, in this life we've built?" The question contained layers of meaning. Would I remain connected to conventional human experience despite my transformation? Would I continue participating in ordinary relationships and responsibilities? Or would my expanded awareness draw me away from such mundane concerns toward more esoteric pursuits? "I'll stay," I promised, embracing her gently. "That's part of the purpose, to bridge worlds rather than abandon either." The entities showed me that integration serves the greater function better than separation. Relief softened her features, though uncertainty lingered in her eyes. "These entities, are they finished with you now? With Wesley and the others?" I shook my head slowly. "No. What happened today was just the first major circuit completion. There will be others, at different locations, forming larger patterns over time, but we have breathing space between activation events, time to adjust, to understand, to prepare for subsequent phases." We entered our home together, the familiar space now overlaid with energy patterns and informational structures I hadn't perceived before my transformation. Our cats approached cautiously, sensing the changes in my auric field, but recognizing my essential identity beneath the alterations. That night, lying beside Julia in the darkness of our bedroom, I gazed through the ceiling into the star-filled sky beyond, perceiving connections between cosmic patterns and the subtle energies flowing through our home, our town, our planet. Everything connected in networks of meaning and purpose, operating according to principles that transcended random chance or mechanical causality. The wilderness had indeed changed me, initiating a transformation that continued unfolding with each passing day. But unlike the horror stories humans tell about such encounters, this change represented not corruption or destruction, but evolution, the activation of capacities long dormant in human consciousness, waiting for the precise conditions that would allow their expression. Julia slept peacefully beside me, her breathing steady and natural. Though she couldn't yet perceive what I now saw, something in her deeper awareness recognized and accepted the transformation's validity. Perhaps someday she too would experience activation, joining the growing network of awakened consciousness nodes scattered across the planet. Until then, I would serve as bridge between worlds, walking simultaneously in ordinary reality and the expanded awareness beyond it, translating between perspectives when necessary, contributing to the healing work that had only just begun. Outside our window, the night forest whispered in patterns both ancient and ever-changing, its consciousness intertwined with mine through connections that had always existed, waiting only for recognition to spring into active collaboration. 1 year has passed since the triangulation event at Black Ridge Pinecrest and Whispering Pines. In that time, my perception has continued evolving, revealing layers of reality previously inaccessible to human consciousness. What began as enhanced sensory awareness has expanded into direct knowing, apprehension of information structures underlying physical manifestation. Wesley, Eleanor, and I maintain regular contact, comparing experiences and coordinating activities related to our ongoing role in the restoration process. We've identified 7 additional individuals who underwent similar transformations at different locations across North America, Europe, and Asia. Together, we form what might be described as a functioning circuit within the larger planetary system, human interfaces connecting dimensional expressions that would otherwise remain separated. Julia has adapted to my altered state with remarkable resilience, though she still perceives only glimpses of what I experience continuously. On rare occasions, usually during moments of deep connection between us, her awareness temporarily expands to include aspects of the enhanced perception I now take for granted. These brief windows into my reality have gradually eroded her skepticism, replacing it with cautious acceptance. "I still don't understand it completely," she admitted during a recent conversation, "but I've seen enough to know it's real. Not delusion or fantasy, but a genuine expansion of consciousness." My professional life continues, though, with significant modifications. Architectural design now incorporates awareness of energy flows and information fields affecting human experience within built environments. My firm initially regarded these considerations with skepticism, but has gradually recognized their practical value in creating harmonious, functional spaces. Projects incorporating these principles consistently receive exceptional client feedback, often described in terms of feeling right or naturally comfortable, without clients understanding exactly why. The entities we encountered during our forest experiences maintain occasional communication, though less directly than during activation events. They exist primarily in dimensional expressions adjacent to our physical reality, intersecting with Earth's particular frequency band at specific locations, usually ancient forests, certain geological formations, or powerful water features. Their purpose remains consistent: repair and maintain connections between reality layers that human consciousness has primarily forgotten or deliberately severed. This separation wasn't inherently malevolent, but emerged as an evolutionary stage, a necessary period of differentiation allowing certain aspects of consciousness to develop independently before reintegration. The problem arose when this temporary separation calcified into apparent permanence, creating dysfunction within interconnected systems that require balanced information flow to maintain coherence. Our role as human interfaces serves this reintegration process. By maintaining physical presence in conventional reality while simultaneously accessing expanded awareness, we create bridges between dimensional expressions that allow necessary information transfer without disrupting established patterns too abruptly. The work continues in cycles, with intensive activation events interspersed with periods of integration and preparation. Each completion circuit expands the network of conscious connection, gradually re-establishing coherence across previously separated domains. The entities provide guidance regarding timing and methodology, but increasingly we understand these processes directly, requiring less external instruction. Last month, Wesley, Eleanor, and I participated in the second major triangulation event, activating nodes in Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico simultaneously. The energy transfer substantially exceeded our previous experience, suggesting progressive amplification as the network expands. 4 additional participants activated secondary nodes in surrounding states, creating a resonance field that stabilized and extended the primary triangulation effect. Following this activation, my perception expanded further, revealing what might be described as parallel probability streams, alternative expressions of reality that exist simultaneously within the same approximate space, but at different vibrational frequencies. These alternatives aren't separate worlds in the science fiction sense, but rather varied expressions of possibility within a unified field of consciousness. Most humans perceive only the particular probability stream their awareness has been conditioned to recognize, filtering out alternatives as effectively as we filter out certain wavelengths of light or sound. My activated perception now registers these multiple streams simultaneously, allowing conscious navigation between them under certain conditions. This capability explains phenomena long relegated to superstition or imagination: prophetic dreams, déjà vu experiences, intuitive flashes, and synchronicities. These represent momentary slippages between probability streams, brief perceptions of alternative expressions normally filtered from awareness. The implications extend beyond individual experience to collective human development. As our network of activated consciousness expands, we're establishing conditions that will eventually allow larger segments of humanity to access these expanded perceptions naturally. Not everyone will experience full activation. Diversity of perception serves important functions within the larger system. But the rigid barriers between conventional and expanded awareness are gradually diminishing. Julia has begun documenting these changes from her unique perspective as intimate witness to transformation she doesn't fully share. Her background in science education provides valuable framework for translating these experiences into language accessible to those still operating exclusively within conventional perception parameters. "I'm trying to create a bridge," she explained when sharing early drafts of her manuscript. "Not everyone will undergo the kind of dramatic activation you experienced, but many are ready for expanded understanding if presented in familiar terms." Her work represents one aspect of the integration phase following major activation events, translating expanded perception into concepts recognizable within conventional reality structures. Others in our network perform similar functions through artistic expression, technological innovation, scientific research, and direct mentorship of individuals, showing early signs of spontaneous activation. The entities approve of these translation efforts, recognizing that forced or premature expansion of consciousness often creates dysfunction rather than integration. Evolution proceeds most harmoniously when each system develops according to its inherent timing, while maintaining appropriate connections with larger structures. During recent communion with entity consciousness, I received clearer understanding of the historical context for current activation processes. Throughout Earth's developmental history, cycles of separation and reintegration have occurred repeatedly, each serving specific evolutionary functions. The current cycle began approximately 12,000 years ago with the emergence of agricultural civilization and attendant shifts in human relationship with natural systems. This period of separation allowed development of certain cognitive capacities, technological innovations, and social structures that will ultimately serve larger evolutionary purposes once properly reintegrated with aspects temporarily forgotten. The entities neither judge this separation as wrong nor idealize previous conditions as perfect. They simply facilitate necessary reconnection when appropriate developmental thresholds have been reached. We're now entering a critical phase in this reintegration process. The expansion of human technological capacity has accelerated to the point where it threatens systemic stability, if not balanced by corresponding expansion of consciousness. Our network serves as catalyst for this balancing, establishing patterns that larger population segments will eventually follow through natural resonance rather than artificial imposition. Last week, I returned to Black Ridge Forest. Not for formal activation work, but personal communion with the specific energies present at my original transformation site. The forest welcomed me with familiar resonance, its consciousness recognizing mine instantly despite the year's absence. Sitting in the clearing where I'd first encountered the entities, I allowed my awareness to expand fully, perceiving the location across multiple dimensional expressions simultaneously. In one probability stream, the clearing remained unchanged from my last visit. In another, a massive tree had fallen during winter storms, creating new growth patterns in the suddenly sunlit understory. In yet another, human activity had expanded into this previously remote area, altering energy flows and relationship patterns. All these expressions existed simultaneously, each valid within its particular frequency range. My expanded perception encompassed them without contradiction or confusion, recognizing them as varied aspects of unified reality rather than competing versions requiring exclusionary choice. As twilight descended over the clearing, entity presence manifested more directly than usual outside formal activation events. Their communication carried congratulation and confirmation. Our work progressed according to appropriate patterns, with activation phases proceeding as needed despite adjustment requirements following the intervention during initial encounters. Intervention? I questioned, recalling Wesley's sensation of something altering the intended outcome during our separate forest experiences. The entity clarified. Competing consciousness expressions had attempted to direct activation energy toward purposes serving separation rather than integration. This intervention hadn't defeated the activation, but had necessitated additional triangulation events to establish proper connection patterns. The competing expressions weren't evil in human moral terms, but represented aspects still benefiting from continued separation phases. As darkness enveloped the forest, I perceived these competing expressions directly, consciousness operating through dimensional interfaces similar to those our entities utilized, but oriented toward maintaining or extending separation rather than facilitating integration. Their presence registered as discordant patterns within otherwise harmonious energy flows, creating interference that required compensatory adjustments within our activation network. This revelation expanded my understanding of our role significantly. We weren't simply repairing accidental damage to reality coherence, but participating in something more complex, a negotiated transition between evolutionary phases where different aspects legitimately served varied functions within the larger system. I shared this understanding with Wesley and Eleanor upon returning home, finding they had received similar clarification through their own communion experiences. Our network now adjusted operational parameters accordingly, recognizing that integration required appropriate timing rather than forced implementation against persistent separation patterns. Julia noticed the subtle shift in my perspective immediately. "Something's changed," she observed as I unpacked from the Black Ridge visit. "You seem, I don't know, more settled somehow, less urgently driven." Her perception proved remarkably accurate. Understanding the larger context had indeed altered my relationship with the work, not diminishing commitment, but transforming urgency into patient persistence. Evolution proceeded according to necessary timing, neither requiring nor benefiting from anxious acceleration. This morning, as summer sunlight streamed through our kitchen windows, Julia surprised me with an unexpected announcement. "I want to participate in the next activation event." Not as observer or documentarian, but directly. The statement caught me momentarily speechless. Though Julia had gradually accepted the reality of my transformation, she had consistently maintained appropriate boundaries around her own direct involvement. "What changed?" I asked finally. She smiled, a complex expression containing both determination and vulnerability. "Dreams, mostly. For months now, I've been experiencing what you described before your first activation. Specific locations appearing with increasing frequency and detail, instructions that make no rational sense, yet feel compelling and somehow familiar." I nodded, recognizing the pattern that preceded my own initial transformation. "Have you identified the location, the timing?" "Northern Vermont, near the Canadian border, during the winter solstice." She hesitated before adding, "I'm not the only one. 3 others without previous direct involvement have reported identical dreams focusing on the same region." This development aligned with information our network had recently received regarding the next major activation phase. 4 new primary nodes would establish connection during December, expanding the integration field substantially. Julia's inclusion represented an important transition, activation extending beyond those who had experienced initial forest encounters to individuals prepared through different pathways. The implications resonate beyond our immediate circle to broader human evolution. Consciousness activation is accelerating according to natural timing rather than artificial imposition. Those ready for expanded perception receive appropriate preparation through dreams, intuitive promptings, and synchronistic encounters. Others maintain conventional awareness longer, serving necessary functions within that expression, while reality streams gradually converge. As I complete this account of my experiences, autumn leaves dance outside my window in patterns revealing information transfer between trees preparing for seasonal transition. Birds flying south carry electromagnetic signatures that interact with Earth's field in precisely calibrated relationships. Cloud formations above the distant mountains encode data accessible to those with activated perception, while simultaneously serving atmospheric functions recognized by conventional science. Everything serves multiple purposes simultaneously across varied dimensional expressions. Nothing exists in isolation or functions through singular causality. The horror I initially experienced in those forest encounters represented simply the disorientation of consciousness expanding beyond accustomed limitations, fear arising not from external threat but internal resistance to transformation. The wilderness changed me, as it has changed countless others throughout human history. Not through malevolent intention or random accident, but through activation of capacities always present yet temporarily dormant during necessary phases of focused development. We stand at evolutionary threshold individually and collectively. The forests know this. The entities facilitating transformation know this. And increasingly, humans with activated consciousness know this. Not as abstract theory or spiritual belief, but as direct perception of reality structures previously filtered from awareness. The integration continues, proceeding neither too quickly nor too slowly, but exactly as required by the complex, interconnected systems involved. Those ready for expanded perception receive necessary activation. Those requiring additional preparation within conventional parameters continue their development accordingly. And the forests wait, as they have always waited, simultaneously within and beyond time. conscious participants in evolutionary processes that transcend human understanding while remaining intimately connected to human experience. I return to those forests regularly now, no longer seeking dramatic transformation, but quiet communion with consciousness expressions that teach through resonance rather than language. Julia sometimes accompanies me, her perception gradually expanding through natural exposure rather than catalytic event. The horror of my initial encounters has transformed into profound appreciation for processes far more complex and purposeful than I originally understood. What seemed threatening or alien now reveals itself as necessary function within systems too vast for conventional human perception to encompass completely. And so we continue, walking between worlds that were never truly separate, translating between expressions that remain connected despite apparent divisions, serving integration that proceeds according to patterns established long before human consciousness emerged on this particular planetary expression. The wilderness changed me, and through that change, I discovered the wilderness was never truly outside us at all.